All stand. This Coroner's Court is now sitting.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yes, Ms Edwards.
We have an extra appearance at the bar table. I'll just mention Mr Regener.
Mr Regener.
He's on ABL.
Oh, ABL.
The virtual bar table.
I can't see you. Yes, Mr Regener, good morning.
Yes, Your Honour. I'm just appearing for the Commissioner of Police this morning to clear the mind on some questions that might be asked.
Yes, thank you. Yes,
Your
Ms
Honour,
Edwards.
is the live stream? Just one moment, Your Honour.
So you want him to go off and then reconnect. All right, there's a technical issue and it requires Mr Regener, if you don't mind, to disconnect and then reconnect before we can have the live stream. Would you mind disconnecting and reconnecting, please, Mr Regener, for technical reasons?
I've done that already.
I'm back.
Have you disconnected and reconnected?
I have.
Oh, thank you. That was quick. I understand it's all clear, ready to go.
Thank you, Your Honour. I can indicate, I'm sorry for the late start. We've had a technical difficulty, but we also have had some new information come in overnight, and we'll go through some of that new information today during Detective Parker's evidence. I call Detective Philip Parker.
Yes, thank you.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
Have a seat, thank you, Detective.
Detective, your full name and rank, please.
Philip Andrew Parker, Detective Senior Constable.
You're a detective at the Byron Bay Detectives Region?
Police station, yes.
And how long have you been working in the Byron Bay region?
I've been in command in the southern sector since 2006.
And you are the officer in charge in the investigation into the disappearance of Theo Hayez?
That's correct.
You have compiled a large amount of evidence and material for the coroner?
Yes, I have.
That now is compiled into a brief of 12 volumes, which is before this inquest as Exhibit 1.
I believe so, yes.
You've provided a lengthy statement as officer in charge of the investigation dated the 23rd of July 2020.
Yes, I have.
You provided a series of other statements after that point. I won't go through each one with you now, but I'll do it globally. Have you had a chance to review those statements and the accuracy of those statements?
Yes, I have.
And is it the case that, with one exception, which is that sometimes information is replaced by earlier information, they are true and accurate to the best of your knowledge at the time that you signed them?
Yes, at the time I signed them, yes.
But to give an example, there's material in the statement of the 23rd of July 2020 which has been superseded by new information in some cases, which puts that in a different context. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, it would be.
You became aware of the disappearance of Theo Hayez on the 7th of June, is that right?
That's correct.
Were you not on duty on the 6th of June when he was reported missing?
No, I wasn't.
Could you describe to Her Honour how you first became aware of Theo Hayez and what you were told about his case on the 7th of June?
I attended duty that morning and spoke to the shift supervisor, Sergeant Beach, who made me aware that there was a missing persons overnight. That's how I became aware.
What else did you know about it other than that it was a missing persons case overnight?
That there were concerns, clearly for his welfare at the time frame, that he went missing, suspected to go missing. And I was attending court at Tweed Heads that day, and I gave him certain advice and what to do.
And when you say you gave him certain advice about what to do, was that advice in respect to steps he might take in order to investigate the disappearance?
To raise it at the 8 a.m. briefing with the crime manager at the time, and then also to complete some IASKs, inquiries on the missing person's mobile phone.
Could you describe to Her Honour, what is an IASK? What is this system the police have called IASK?
My basic understanding, it's a New South Wales police system where we can log a request to certain external organisations to get information from them.
And is that just a computer system whereby you can communicate with those organisations?
Yeah, I would log a request, and then it then has to be authorised because there's a cost involved to the command, and then that then is then forwarded to those particular companies, and in this case, the telco involved.
And did you know at this stage that Theo's telco, he had a SIM card that was with the Telstra network, is that right?
I don't know that. I knew there was a number, but I didn't know what telco that was. That's an inquiry you have to do to get that actual telco.
And that's done through the IR system too, isn't it?
Yes.
You find out who the carrier is and then you
Subscribers
find out.
check. Yep.
Yes. And you describe the process of obtaining Theo's CCRs and RCCRs. Could you describe to Her Honour what's a CCR and an RCCR?
Okay, they're call charge records that I believe the telecommunication companies keep, and reverse call charge records. So the call charge records are to that individual number, the calls they make, SMS, data usage, and then the reverse is obviously the ones coming in, and they can be from other companies and so forth, other telco providers, handsets, numbers.
And why do you look for telephone data so soon in a missing persons investigation? Why was that one of the first things that you identified should be done if it hadn't been done already? What you can get from it, but you can get some location data, and the sooner you request it, the sooner you're likely to get it back because there's a delay from the submitting and then the obtaining, and then to see who the person's communicating with, and yeah, just the sooner you get it, the sooner you get it back. When you say you get location data, what sort of location data were you anticipating you might get?
It depends on the carrier, but you will get what towers related to that carrier that handset communicates with.
And is it the case that while it's not a precise guide, identifying the last phone tower that a phone had connected with, if activity on that phone had ceased, is one way in which police might locate where a possible person might be in that vicinity?
It can be used to go forward to that step, yes.
And is it the case that police also use that system to see who the last person might be that was communicating with that person, to see if they can shed light on the...
But that's the call records you get back, yes, to see the communication. Has there been communication since? Is there location data that's not here, it's somewhere else? It gives you avenues of inquiry to go down.
And that was a task that you considered to be a priority on the 7th of June. You ultimately became the officer in charge on the 9th of June, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And that was something you were appointed to that particular role?
It was.
You wouldn't have known at that time what a significant or time-consuming role that was going to ultimately be, I take it?
No, I didn't, but at that stage I was relieving as the investigation supervisor at Byron. I was commencing that role. So the responsibility would have fallen to me.
And what was your background in missing persons investigations as at the time you were given that role?
I assisted in my time in criminal investigation in high risk, missing person cases, inquiries. I've taken reports before during my career, commenced those reports and investigations into those.
Was it your first case as officer in charge of an investigation?
For such a high risk one, yes, I would say it was.
By the time you were appointed OIC, Theo's case had been designated high risk, had it not?
Well, I believe that so. Yeah.
You've recorded that in one of your statements as something that was communicated to you?
Yes, by the actions that were taken, and yes, over that weekend.
I presume that one of the first things that you did as OIC was to review what had happened on the days before to investigate the disappearance?
Upon arrival on Monday the 10th, I communicated with Homicide, who had been appraised, and then they offered, if required any assistance that they could work with. At that time, it was to review everything that was there. I was the only person working that day in our office, so my sort of mindset that first morning was just to get my head around everything. So
going back to the 6th of June and the 7th of June, which were those early days of the investigation where you weren't involved, if I could take you through some of the activity that occurred on those days. I appreciate you weren't involved or directing those inquiries, but you became aware of them, is that right?
Yes.
One of those activities was that Theo's bags police attended the Wake Up hostel and Theo's bags were identified and they were taken away from the hostel?
Yes, as soon as they were notified of him being missing.
And that also located Theo's passport?
I believe so.
And his belongings?
Yes.
A statement was taken from Lisa Hayez, who was Theo's cousin?
I can't be 100% sure on that.
You've indicated you're aware that the family were worried and they considered that Theo's disappearance was out of character. Was that information that you had at an early stage?
I was aware that she was requested to attend the local police station in Queensland where she was at the time to make that report, and the report was also commenced in Byron Bay as well.
Another step that was taken at an early stage was to identify when Theo's last bank transaction occurred?
Yes, I believe. I don't know the steps of how that occurred, but there was an information in her narrative that that was done.
And what was identified in the information in that narrative was that Theo's last bank transaction was at the Cheeky Monkeys bar on Johnson Street in Byron Bay?
That's what it indicates, yes.
And that was on the 31st of May?
Yes.
And we now know that to be the second beer. The last transaction was the second beer that Theo bought at Cheeky Monkeys that night?
Yes, I believe so.
It was also identified in that narrative that Theo had $1,000 in that account?
I believe so.
And using that last bank transaction as a guide, our car crew were tasked to attend Cheeky Monkeys to see if they could obtain CCTV footage?
That's in that.
The car crew on the 6th of June were able to identify that Theo had been ejected for Cheeky Monkeys, and some of the CCTV footage was viewed at that time. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding.
One of the pieces of CCTV footage that was viewed on the premises was Theo's, what we now know to be the last known footage of Theo, which is him walking east along Kingsley Street looking at his phone.
I believe so.
Did that footage enable police to know what Theo was wearing or believed to be wearing at the time of his disappearance?
Yes, it did.
There's a record in the narrative of attempts being made to obtain CCTV from the Byron Bay Council on the 6th and 7th of June.
I believe so.
There's also been evidence before Her Honour, and you've been in the inquest every day this last fortnight, is that right?
Yes, I have.
You'd recall that Tom Phillips was asked by Senior Constable Dutton if he could review footage at the Wake Up hostel to see if there was anyone matching Theo's description. Do you recall that evidence?
I recall that evidence, yes.
So it's the case that later on a photo was obtained from the family and provided to the Wake Up hostel and circulated amongst the guests.
I've heard that evidence, yes.
You're also aware that local youth hostels and hospitals were contacted in the local area to see whether Theo was staying at a different location or had been admitted to hospital.
Yes, I believe so.
When the photo was circulated to guests at the Wake Up hostel and to staff on the same day, Marlon Iddlesman was identified. You recall her evidence before the coroner last week?
Yes, I do.
She was able to tell investigators that she had been with Theo and a person called Antoine and a person called Sander at the Wake Up hostel before they'd gone out to Cheeky Monkeys.
Yes, I recall that.
That information was important information because it allowed investigators to start getting a sense of what Theo's movements were on the 31st of May.
Yes, and who he was with.
There was then a formal, broader request made. When I say broader, a formal request in the sense of something written down, and broader in the request for different types of CCTV cameras on the 7th of June. Is that right?
At the Wake
Up hostel.
I believe so.
And it's also recorded in the narrative at that time that family had notified police that Theo had exchanged WhatsApp messages with his friend Lou Guy-Murray, and you would have heard her evidence last week about that exchange about you two.
Yes.
Is it your understanding that that text message led police to believe, at least on a working theory, that Theo was alive and well and feeling safe shortly before 1 a.m. on the 1st of June?
Yes.
There was also attempts to contact the Greyhound bus company on the 6th and 7th of June, is that right?
There was.
And is it your understanding that the first contact with the bus company on the 6th of June, they wanted a more formal request from police for information?
I believe so, yes.
And then it was discovered that Theo had booked a bus from Byron to Sydney on the 3rd of June, which he did not board.
That's correct.
And then he'd booked a bus from Sydney to Melbourne on the 4th of June, and he also had not boarded that bus.
That's correct.
Now, at this point, just to ask you in relation to some, in relation to a theme that we were developing on Monday with respect to police's formal powers, the information relating to Theo's bank account was a critical piece of early information because it was that information that led to Cheeky Monkeys, and Cheeky Monkeys led to the information about what he was wearing and also his behaviour at that night. Do police in a missing persons investigation have the power to say to a bank, please give us all a missing person's last transactions?
I don't know that there's any specific legislation or power to request it. It'd be a voluntary thing.
So you're relying on the goodwill of those companies to help you?
Yes, I believe so. Memorandum of understanding, so such a thing.
Have you had any experience with banks refusing to provide that information?
Not that I can recall off the top of my head, but in saying that, I can recall making requests for such a thing in such a case.
Likewise with the Greyhound bus company, if they weren't prepared to accede to a more formal request in writing from police, did you have any power at that stage to issue a search warrant or some sort of demand for those records?
No, not at that time.
The company, though, did comply when they got something a bit more formal in writing saying, can we have information in this regard? Is that
Yes,
right?
That's correct.
Is it your experience that people don't necessarily need to be compelled by a court order if they are given something that's a bit more formal to justify why they're handing over private records?
It's difficult. It depends, I guess, on the individual, the company and or persons and their privacies and their policies and so forth. You will encounter that they just will not be able to or won't. So it's a bit of a grey area, I suppose, or a hard one to answer.
That's something that you're aware of when you're conducting a missing persons investigation, that you have a limited suite of coercive powers?
Yes, yes.
And are things like written request forms, just like we'll go to CCTV later, but a formal written request forms, is that one way in which police are trying to creatively manage their lack of formal power to give people a level of comfort that it is a request coming from the police for a particular purpose?
Yes, I guess an email would cover their if they have concerns about the privacy and or giving information, then at least they have a record and it's in an official type of a format from us as a request.
Moving to a different topic, this was a foreign national who disappeared. Theo was a Belgian national. Had you ever been involved in a search for a missing person where they weren't an Australian resident?
I'm sure I have, been working at Byron Bay, yes.
And had that previously involved contact with diplomats at a foreign embassy or foreign investigators?
Those type of investigations have been run out of our office, and where officers in our office had undertaken those ones.
What about you personally? Was that something you were familiar with?
Personally dealing with a missing person in a foreign country, not that I can recall.
In this particular case, Belgian investigators in the Belgian embassy were notified on the 6th and 7th of June as well, according to the narrative?
I believe so.
And there was also communication already between the family and Belgian diplomats and Belgian police?
I believe so.
Another matter that's placed on the narrative early on is that a photo was placed on Facebook of Theo to generate public awareness, and a radio was prepared. I know that you weren't doing these things personally, but why do police use Facebook and radio in missing persons investigations?
Radio would have been a media release type scenario, and then the social media, that's where it's trying to cover all bases of multimedia, I guess.
And was that to generate a level of public understanding that Theo was missing, so that people would be that he was aware, to generate sightings? Is that the purpose?
Yeah, to get out the information and try and get people's sightings and or witnesses, any information more than just sightings, any information of people that might be able to assist.
And I haven't gone through everything that's in the narratives of those early days, but if you could just give a global impression. What was your global impression of the level of activity that was occurring in the early days of the investigation on the 6th, 7th and 8th of June?
I recall when I returned from court that I was impressed, and before I completed duties, I spoke to Alicia Dutton, Senior Constable Dutton, and was impressed with the steps they had taken under the direction of Sergeant Beach that day, just the volume of inquiries and the comprehensive narrative she prepared that day, and the things that were already being undertaken and done. I gave minor advice. I can't recall what that was, but I was impressed with how much was being done.
You indicated earlier that the activity, at least at that point, was consistent with Theo being considered to be a high-risk case?
Yeah, there was definite concerns.
And at that stage, was there any particular task, with the exception of the I-ask inquiries that we've gone to, was there any task that you felt should have been done by then that hadn't been or had been neglected?
Not that I was aware of. The crime manager was informed. I personally spoke with the crime manager that day, and I was aware that detectives were on the following shift, and I informed the supervisors of that and Alicia of that inquiries and things could be done by them or allocated to them the following day if not located by then.
Now, you heard in the opening earlier this week an overview description that I gave of the investigation over the following days, weeks, months and years, and I'll rattle that off quickly. There's land searches involving the SES and family and volunteers and people from the community, searches of the sea, from the sea and the air, searches by police divers and abseilers, community canvasses, obtaining CCTV footage, contacting local businesses, hostels and hospitals, interviewing backpackers and contacting past guests of Wake Up Hostel, taking, reviewing and investigating Crime Stoppers reports, liaising with Belgian authorities, analysis of phone and internet data, media and social media campaigns. Two aspects that weren't included in that list that you also were involved in was engaging with professionals who did drift analysis to see that if Theo went into the water where his remains might be washed up or located. Is that right?
That was a task that was undertaken by Tweedborough investigators, yes.
You also personally went through Theo's belongings and, in fact, his camera to see if you personally could identify anything of note. Were there any other key themes in that overview of the investigation that this investigation included?
Off the top of my head, I can't. Recall.
Obviously, you're not the only person involved in this investigation. You're what's described as the officer in charge. What is the role of an officer in charge as opposed to all these other people that you have mentioned who are involved?
Yes, that's correct. It's an overall command-directed investigation. So my role as the officer in charge, being of the investigation, I report through a chain of command to the investigations manager, to the crime manager, to the commander ultimately, and further up. I have the responsibility for, I guess, the day-to-day decisions of and tasking and direction of the investigation. Review the material, task officers assigned to that investigation for the day, and just the general maintain the overview of the investigative side of it, I guess, the investigative branch of the whole thing.
In terms of how that's organised on a day-to-day level, without being silly, on TV it seems like everyone's in one big room and there's maps all over the walls and there's a daily briefing at a certain time. Is that how the investigation was organised, or was it different from what we see on TV?
Yeah, totally. It would depend on the resources of staff allocated per day. A basic summary of my average day, and that's in my investigators log, would be I'd arrive, review the overnight reports, or since the days I've been off, calls to the station, which was the station document, which is very good. That was commenced by Police Sergeant Beach, and then review the information reports going through, review what tasks were completed over that time. Then it would be early on would be briefing with, again, the investigations crime manager on the task for the day. We're talking to the duty officer in charge of the search or the Lansar for the search areas of that day.
Just stop you there. Can you explain what Lansar is?
The acronym, land and search and rescue or something. It's the
Just describe what it is. It doesn't matter.
Sorry,
what it stands
it's someone who's accredited, being a New South Wales Police Rescue operative. They're accredited to coordinate and run land searches.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah, so that's, yeah.
And you're talking about the coordination. So is it the case that these discussions, it's a collaborative process that's going on throughout the day and night?
Yeah, there's so many working parts that are happening with canvassing, with searching, with allocating tasks, reviewing what's been completed, what hasn't been completed, what needs to be done, briefing with family, friends, other persons that come in, new information coming in, allocating that, and just, I guess, prioritising what needs to be done at that time, that day, what we've got to get that done at that day.
And who had that ultimate accountability in terms of priorities? Was that you, or was that someone above you?
Investigative-wise would fall to me. Yeah.
And was there any particular point in the day, whether it's at night or in the morning, in which everything would stop and there would be a briefing, or was it always a continuous process?
No particular time, just where it would work in. There was no set, we have a morning briefing, we have an afternoon briefing set time. They would be fluid and they would occur. There's just constant communication happening.
Now, in terms of recording the information through all these moving parts. You've mentioned in part of your evidence a few documents, and I'll go to those. You mentioned an investigator's log. That was commenced on the 10th of June. What was the purpose of the investigator's log?
I guess that was my view of how much was involved in it and what the size of the investigation, that I wanted to keep a accurate record of all the inquiries being done by investigators, but ultimately it was just a document that I maintained for what inquiries and what we did at what time, because there was so many things happening, or there were going to be so many things happening. So I had a contemporaneous, accurate record of what decisions and tasks and activities were undertaken.
How often were you filling that out? As it happened, or would you do it at a certain point during the day?
It was different times, different stages. So I would mainly be inside the office as opposed to out and coordinating from there, and then I would update it as I either remembered or as I was doing things. It was fluid.
You also referred to a document created by Sergeant Beach, and it was a call document. Is that what you called it?
It was a Byron Bay station call document, just specific for this investigation.
And Her Honour has a document at the brief in Volume 1 of tab 6 that's headed Missing Person, MP Theo Hayez. Please record time, date, any details of witnesses contacting the station in relation to the missing person and a summary of the information they have provided. Is that the document you're referring to?
Yes.
And so was it the case that all the police officers working at the station were aware that if there was relevant information in relation to this particular inquiry, that should be recorded in that document?
Yes, that's correct.
And was there an expectation that that would be filled in quite shortly after any relevant call?
Yes, at that time.
To your understanding, was that done, that they were reasonably contemporaneous records?
I believe so.
Now, in addition to these two documents, the police have a system called Eagle Eye.
That's correct.
In your statement, you say that the Eagle Eye had 500 products and 400 tasks. What does that mean?
It's up to about 600 and 500 now. So with products is there could be statements, it could be emails, it could be records, investigators' notes, and then that as a product, so that, and it has a title and a reference to it and a summary. A task then is where, for example, if an information report was received, was put on as a product, and a task was created to attend to that and then allocated to a particular officer. A task might also be to go and collect CCTV footage or obtain a statement from said person, and that officer then attends to that task and acquits that task. And I have the responsibility of being a reviewer of this task, as does the investigation supervisor.
And so that's a central body of knowledge as to what's going on with all these moving parts?
Yes.
And that means that if you are, for example, can somebody go get CCTV from this particular location, you might be occupied with another task for the rest of the day. You can do a search in EI and identify, has that task been done? If so, what was the outcome? And that product's been placed on the central system, is that right?
Yes, that should be how it operates, yes.
And that then becomes a resource for things like creating a coroner's brief?
That's correct.
If I could move now, still in an overview stage, but if I could move now to Theo's case and the mechanisms that we use in Theo's case. He was a Belgian national travelling in Australia. At the point at which he was in Byron Bay, he was travelling alone. He was reported missing on the 6th of June, which was approximately 5 days after he appears to have disappeared in the early hours of the 1st of June. What particular significance is it in a missing persons case if they're reported 5 days after their apparent disappearance? I
guess the significance-wise would be the the potential loss of that trail, I suppose. And in Byron in particular, the moving on of persons. It's very transient. Holiday destinations that people are in a short amount of times. So such a lengthy delay makes it hard to then get back and capture all the information
Were police working on any assumption as at, firstly at the 6th of June, but then when you came officer of charge on the 9th and 10th of June, were the police working on the assumption that Theo was dead, or was it open that he was still alive and able to be located?
We had no real assumption. It was an unknown.
It wasn't the case that you were just looking for a body?
No, we had no idea.
What are the particular challenges in searching from people from foreign countries who are coming to Byron Bay as backpackers? Do they pose unique challenges in missing persons investigations?
I guess, an example of that would be for this, if you're travelling alone, your family and friends in another location, you're not missed for a certain amount of time, which clearly is what occurred here. And then, so that's one of the main probably issues, I suppose, and that's presented in this case.
One of the issues in Theo's case that you may have confronted is that Theo was sharing a dorm or a cottage with a number of other travellers. Had they moved on by the 1st of June? I think I couldn't be exact on the dates that most of them had left the room, but it's highly likely that within those short amount of time that most with the backpackers, yeah. One of the tasks that you personally had to undertake was to try and contact people from the Wake Up Hostel to find out if they'd seen Theo, if they'd spoken to Theo, if they'd been out that night?
Yes, that's correct.
How did you go about that task?
Obtaining whatever details they had from the Wake Up, which they were happy to assist with, supplying. And then whether it was mobile phones, ringing them, if they had provided, that there was difficulties with it, if they had provided Australian numbers to be able to contact them, emails, then sending a blanket email to them to get in contact with us. And that was just anybody who had any information from the guest list that we had, not just specifically in that room or those persons, just anybody to get who had any information. A difficulty of that was, as Mr. Phillips explained, that it depends how the booking's made for what records they get. So, i.e. if it's through a certain company, the email gets changed, so that's not specifically their email, that's provided or that came through their records. So, and the records that they obtain on checking. So that's what we're relying on.
And when you tried to get statements from those travellers, were you having to liaise with international authorities? For example, we know that Mr Van Latham's statement was taken in Heidelberg.
Once people have left the country, then obviously that was a difficulty, getting versions via email and then formal statements at a later time, whatever we could get information-wise.
And was there also an issue with time zones in terms of contacting people by phone, or was that not much of a problem?
If they remain in Australia, no, it's not too bad. But once people leave, then getting replies from emails or that sort of contact, and then once you leave, the Australian numbers don't operate anymore or are finished.
There's a registry within the police force called the Missing Persons Registry. What involvement did they have in Theo Hayez's case?
Initially, at that stage, there was none.
There was no involvement?
They were formed later.
Then that was quite a degree down the track, several months later, but at the particular time, were you getting any advice or assistance from that particular unit?
No.
You did get advice or assistance from the homicide squad, is that right?
That's correct.
Could you explain to Your Honour when and how the homicide squad became involved?
The exact date of the notification I couldn't be clear on. I think it was the 8th or 9th, I believe. I had conversation with one of the detective sergeants on the Monday morning, the 10th, and then I'm aware that later around the 12th or 13th, there was a request sent through by the command for assistance from homicide.
Did the contact with the homicide squad, does that mean that there was some view at that time that Theo's case was a homicide?
No, it was an unknown, but at that time, especially Monday morning, my conversation, it was, they'd been appraised and had reviewed it, and at that stage they didn't have any concerns. It was in their homicide realm and it was suspicious, and at that stage I was still reviewing it. And then the later one, still there was no information to suggest that it was a homicide and suspicious. It was just a request for assistance.
So homicide officers are obviously skilled investigators with particular skills, is that right?
Oh yes, very much so.
Were you able to use those skills as part of the investigation?
Yes, we were very lucky to get their assistance.
And in particular there, in the early days, I believe there was an officer, Senior Sergeant Mark Dukes, who was contacted, is that right?
Yes, I believe that's who I spoke to.
And did he give you any particular advice or assistance at that stage?
Not at that stage, just if anything came up, that they were available.
Later, two police officers called Detective Rudens and Hawkes. They actually personally attended Byron Bay, is that right? What was the role that they played in the investigation?
Investigative advice, oversight, and to come and assist us with any, advice that they could give on what we could do or where we could go with things that we may not have considered. Extra persons to the investigation as well, so extra whatever tasks were required, they would assist with. Then we got analytical support from Sergeant Hawkes.
Could you describe what you mean by analytical support?
She's an analyst for the New South Wales Police, and then to review, particularly with the volume of information reports, collation, review, initial review, collation, and all that technical aspects, make all those inquiries, I guess.
Well, let's break this down to be a bit more specific in terms of review and inquiries. One task that Hawkes had was to liaise with Telstra, is that right?
That's correct.
And we heard in the summary of the chronology earlier this week on Monday that she was engaging with Telstra engineers?
Yes, that's correct.
And was she feeding back to you about the content of those conversations?
To me, investigations manager, crime manager, yeah.
What did Detective Rudens or Sergeant Hawkes play any role in directing the areas of search locations?
I believe they assisted with the up-to-date information and providing and assisting, especially with regards to what we were getting back from Telstra, and then providing that to the duty officer or the Lansar or the search organiser, I suppose.
Was that Amanda Vidler?
At times.
And in terms of another task that they specifically did, is it the case that people were calling in with potential sightings of Theo? I might have seen him at a particular point, is that right?
There was calls to the station.
Yes.
And then there was also Crime Stopper reports that were flowing in.
And was Sergeant Hawkes playing any particular role in that respect?
Yes, she was. She was, collating them all. Once they were received, they then get allocated, I suppose, to the case. And then she was collating them all, putting them all onto the Eagle Eye system, and then making us aware if there was anything of a priority that needed to be attended to.
So she was managing the calls coming in, managing them being placed in somewhere where there was a central record, but also making an assessment as to what the high priority areas would be?
The Crime Stopper reports, yes, the calls, the Crime Stopper reports, yes, she was, they then get created onto the New South Wales Police COP system as an information report. And then she would then put them into the eagle eye, and then, if there was something that was urgent, we'll bring it to attention. But I also had the responsibility of reading through those as well to see if there was anything. It wasn't specifically her sole responsibility.
When you say she's bringing it to attention, what is she doing? Is she telling you? Is she telling somebody else? It could depend on who was available at the time. It could be me. It could have been Detective Sergeant Rudens. It could have been to the crime manager. It could have been multiple. It could have been anyone in particular. Are you able to say if there was anything that was a particular priority? Like what were the types of things that would be a high priority task or something that would be brought to your attention?
It's difficult to say. I wouldn't want to speculate on a specific. It'd be general. If there was a sighting in a certain area, and at that time, in the early phases, we had no real information on where he could be, or then anything was potentially relevant. If there was a sighting at a certain location, then somebody could be allocated to go to that. If it was in a different state, we would seek assistance for that state, that jurisdiction, to go in that inquiry. There was international inquiries that had to be done for information reports. It's hard.
This was a high-profile case with a lot of media attention. Did that lead to what you might call crank reports or malicious reports being called in that wasted police time?
I wouldn't say. I wouldn't say they wasted police time or anything. I don't think that we got many malicious, crank or false reports, I suppose.
There were calls, quite a number of calls from people who said that they were psychics or had conducted seances of things of that nature. Were they treated the same as any other report? There
was quite a lot, and then it became more later on in the investigation of those, and they were prioritised. They weren't given immediate priority, no.
Are you able to give an approximation of how many calls were coming into the station within the first month?
To the police station, it would be hard to say. I'd have to add up on that document. There were also calls that would be put through to our office as well, and we create the tasks or records of those. Specifically, there were hundreds of calls.
In terms of searching, and I'm not now talking about searching to follow up potential sightings, but searching of particular land areas, you've mentioned a number of times Lansar and the duty officer, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Did they have the principal responsibility of deciding where to search and how to search, or was that done by you?
I guess it would be. It's more collaborative within the command, within the investigation or the attempt to locate. The duty officer of the day would have the responsibility of liaising with the Lansar. The duty officer would know what resources were available and coordinate that, and then the Lansar, we would brief or investigators in general would provide the up-to-date information, so to guide where to search, and then the ultimate responsibility of the search areas and how that was conducted was done by the search coordinator, the Lansar.
The search court, and that was a different person depending on the day, is that right?
I believe that there was 3 over the course of the investigation.
3?
Yep.
3 search coordinators. You say this at paragraph 19 of the statement. I was aware of the areas that were being searched, but left the operational application of these searches to Inspector Kehoe and Senior Constable Vidler.
That's correct.
They were 2 of the Lansar coordinators, were they?
That was the duty officer. So that's an example of the duty officer of, I guess, that day, and the search coordinator, Lansar, Amanda Vidler.
You also say this. I remain responsible for the investigation into the disappearance of Theo Hayez and provided up-to-date factual information known at the time to shape the areas searched.
Yes, I or we, as the investigative branch, I suppose, did.
So it was a reasonably fluid and collaborative approach in determining where to search. Is that right?
Yes, and obviously they would log where they've searched and then move to another area based on what information we were providing them to ensure that the search was done properly and thoroughly.
Was there ever a case where you said, I want you to search in this particular location? Did you ever make a direction of that specificity?
Investigators did make certain recommendations based on areas. Some of those were at requests of other persons, my family, or if they want this area searched and so forth. And if we had specific information that said there was something here, then we would say, look, we want that to be go and do that area. Yeah, for sure.
Do you have any examples in mind of when you made that direction?
Not off the top of my head personally, but I know there was psychic report said this area, so that was then attended to at a request of the family. That's it.
But before we go to the break, and after the break we'll move to some more specific topics, but just while we're in this overview section, I'd just like to turn now to some of the overall conclusions which you expressed in your first report on the 23rd of July 2020. And in doing so, I'm going to ask whether you still hold to all of those views or whether subsequent information has changed any of those views. Mm-hmm. The first opinion that you express in that report is that you consider that Theo, sadly, is deceased. Is that your view today?
Yes, it is.
Could you explain why your view is that he's no longer alive?
Based on not using financial institutions, no signs of life in that time, the fact that how close he was with his family and no contact with them, family, friends. There was never anything you could say that there would be any intention to disappear or so forth. So that based on that.
Do you consider that there's any credible information that Theo committed suicide or attempted self-harm?
No.
Why is that?
There's just no validity to that. There's been no information to that. Nothing that anybody would have expressed that there was ever such a concern or had mental health issues or anything as such like that.
And you've done what you consider to be a broad survey of his friends and family and also his social media and internet activity?
So I believe we've got a fair amount of information on his background back. Yeah.
Do you consider that there's any credible reason to think that Theo deliberately disappeared, decided to leave?
No.
Why is that?
I just don't, but based on all those factors, that the closeness with his family, there's just no reason that has come forth to suggest that that would be a possibility.
Do you consider it possible or plausible that Theo was abducted and that one of these early sightings of him during the investigation might have been correct, that he might have been alive and well for days or weeks?
It could be possible.
Do you think it's credible?
We haven't found any information to that regard.
Are you open to that but consider that there's no evidence to support it? Would that be a fair way of describing your view on that?
Yeah, we're open to any scenario.
You say you're open to any scenario, but you are firm that you don't think that he's alive or that he committed suicide?
We just haven't found any credible information to that.
What is your attitude as to the possibility or plausibility that Theo was subject to some form of foul play, even homicide?
Again, we just haven't received any information to that. We're open to the possibilities. There's just nothing that has come to light during the investigation that can shed any factual evidence to that regard.
You're aware that the family are of the view that it's highly unlikely that Theo walked from Cheeky Monkeys to Tallow Beach by himself?
Yes, I'm aware.
Do you have a view as to whether or not Theo was alone or with someone else when he walked from Cheeky Monkeys to Tallows Beach?
Again, we just haven't found any information that suggests that goes either way. I mean, not goes either way, but any information that suggests credible information suggests that he was with any other person. There's no communication with other person. There are other factors that might be referred to later that suggest that there wasn't another person with him, but we just haven't found anything. Nothing has come to light that's credible, factual to that degree.
Do you accept the family's evidence that it's an unlikely thing for Theo to have done in light of his character and background?
Yes, I accept that.
You've done the walk on that route several times.
Yes, I have.
You've done it at night.
Yes, I have.
How would you describe your experience of doing that walk alone and at night?
It's scary. It's intimidating. Yes.
You found it unpleasant.
Yeah.
You're not arguing with the notion that it's hard to understand how anyone, let alone a person who appears to be a cautious person, would undertake that walk alone at night?
No, not at all.
Do you have any working hypothesis, and I understand that's as far as you would take it, do you have any working hypothesis as to why Theo took that route from Cheeky Monkeys to Tallows Beach?
Just based on the maps, the Google Maps, viewing base maps, what it suggests that track to be. It looks to be more like a road or a track. Having walked it, you get that's based on those theories. And then, in my experience of being in there, I just wanted to get out of the bush as quickly as possible. And once I was on the beach, I was fine.
Well, I'll take my question back a little. Do you consider when Theo was walking that route from the start of the Milne track to the beach, is it your view that he was intending to get to Tallows Beach, or is it your view that he was lost and trying to get back to Wake Up Hostel?
I would be more of the view that he's trying to get towards the lighthouse.
And why do you think that he might have been trying to get back to the lighthouse?
It's one of the most popular things to do in Byron Bay, and those movements are all in that direction, away that are not towards the wake up, but towards the lighthouse.
If Theo had searched for the lighthouse on his Google Maps, he would have taken a different route, though. You'd agree with that?
Oh, for sure.
You haven't found any evidence to suggest that he was an incompetent navigator?
If you had have searched and then took the directions for the lighthouse, if you're viewing at a map and potentially orientating yourself on the base maps, it's up to somebody's opinion of whether that looks like a route or not. Not knowing the terrain, the topography, and how to get there, whether that looks like a direct route, I don't know. That anybody could sort of have a look at that and come to a conclusion.
You don't think that it's more likely that he was at least trying to get to Tallows Beach?
Could have been trying to get to Tallows Beach.
If he was, can you think of any reason why he would want to do that?
No.
What
Not
about
at night. During the day, it's a lovely beach, but not particularly at night.
It's been suggested, as you know, that Theo might have been trying to find, with someone else or alone, a beach party at Cosy Corner or Tallows Beach. Is that an aspect that was investigated during the investigation?
It's possible. There was no reports of parties in the area or anything of particular, but that's not to say there couldn't have been a party. It just hadn't been reported to the police.
Have you investigated, to your knowledge, any report of a person being present at Tallows Beach or Cosy Corner at around that time?
There hasn't been any specific reports come through or report information on the COP system or anything of anyone in particular in that area at that time of day.
I'll pause now, Your Honour. We're going to move into more specific topics after the break. Is that a convenient time?
Yes, we'll take the morning adjournment and we'll resume at 12.
Silence, please. All stand. This coroner's court now resumes.
Yes, Ms Edwards.
Thank you, Your Honour. Detective Parker, turning now to some specific topics, I'd like to turn to Theo's Oppo phone, the R17 phone. Is it your understanding and belief that that phone...
Excuse me one moment, Ms Edwards. Just checking to make sure that the live stream is working. It's working? All right. Sorry, Ms Edwards. Go ahead.
I'll just repeat in case there was an issue. Detective Parker, Theo had a purple R17 Oppo brand phone. Is it your understanding and belief that that phone has never been located?
Yes, neon purple, and that's correct.
Neon purple?
Yep.
There was a purple phone, Oppo brand phone, that was handed into police on the 28th of August 2019 and described to be located in Cosy Corner, is that right?
That's correct.
Is it your understanding that that was located in sand at the Cosy Corner area?
I'd have to refer to the narrative, but it sounds about right.
You saw that phone at some stage after it was handed in, is that correct?
Yes, I have recollection of it.
Could you describe that phone to Her Honour?
It was a darker purple type phone, and it seemed to be a more, not a smaller shape, but a thicker shape. It looked sort of like an Oldham type of a phone, as opposed to the R17, which is a bit sleeker type of a model. I'd describe it.
Are you confident, and we'll go to some other searches that you've conducted, but from your observations of the phone, are you confident that it wasn't an R17 phone?
Yes.
Is there anyone else involved in the investigation who was aware of Theo's phone who also viewed that phone?
Yes, there was.
Who's that?
Detective
Inspector Green Erickson.
And was he of the view that it was Theo's phone based on its appearance?
Yes, I believe so.
He thought it was Theo's phone?
No, sorry, he thought it wasn't his phone, sorry.
And I take it both you and Detective Erickson were aware of the significance of the missing phone?
Detective Sergeant Inspector Erickson, he made the inquiry, or tasked an officer and said, look, you know, that phone's got to get back to... And I also said to the officer, make the inquiries to get that phone back so we can rule it out.
And an inquiry was conducted which related to, firstly, conducting an I-ask inquiry to see if the SIM in that phone could be connected to a particular person, is that right?
Yes, it was.
And is it the case, to your understanding, that the phone had an intact SIM inside that phone, a SIM card?
That's my understanding.
And there was an inquiry made to identify the person who was registered to that SIM?
There was.
And was that person spoken to at some time after that inquiry was made?
At that time, no. That person has since been spoken to.
I'll come in a moment to what was happening at that time, but it's your understanding that while that person was identified, they weren't spoken to as at August 2019 or shortly after, is that right?
That's correct. There was no records on our computer system for that person, and there were no further lines of inquiry to locate that person.
Is it the case that since that time, since inquiries were made about the SIM card, you've conducted what's called a SIM search, which identifies, firstly, whether or not Theo's SIM card was placed into any other phone?
Yes, I've conducted a number of IRs in relation to his that's particular SIM, and also, yep.
So in relation to Theo's SIM card, is it the case, firstly, that those inquiries suggest, or the outcome of those inquiries are, first of all, that the phone activity that Theo was engaging in, or the activities of his phone, up to 1:47 p.m. on Saturday the 1st of June, that was with the same Oppo telephone, is that right?
His R17?
Yes.
That IMEI number for
Yes.
that zone? Yes,
So phones have a unique identifier called an IMEI number, is that right?
that's correct.
And you have been able to correlate the SIM card registered to Theo to the IMEI number registered to the phone for the entirety of that period up to 1:47 p.m.
Yes, that's correct.
You've also looked to see whether the SIM card registered to Theo has been used in any other phone for the period from the 20th of March to the 20th of July 2019.
That's correct.
And it has, is it your understanding of the result of that inquiry is that it was not?
The
SIM card was not used in any other phone?
His SIM card has only been used in two IMEI numbers, being Theo's previous UI handset, which we currently have, and that IPO R17 dual IMEI, but only in one of those IMEI.
Could you explain what you mean by dual IMEI?
The R17 has a dual SIM IMEI numbers, but to use, I guess, two SIM cards in, and it had only been used in one of those IMEI numbers.
The dual IMEI, as you call it, does that mean that his SIM card could be inside that phone and another SIM card could also be inside that phone at the same time? Is that your understanding?
It's potential, but there was no other SIM card used in that other IMEI.
So is that the second search, or one of the searches that was conducted was to see whether or not a different SIM had ever been placed into that particular IMEI number?
Yeah, both IMEI numbers.
Both, because it's a dual capacity?
Yes.
And is it the case that from the 20th of March to the 20th of July, no foreign SIM, if you like, was placed into either of those IMEIs?
And I think even past the 2019, there's further later inquiries have been done, and no, there has never been another SIM into those IMEIs, or his SIM into another IMEI.
So to put it in lay terms, and correct me if I'm wrong, to the best of your knowledge and understanding, Theo's phone and Theo's SIM card neither have been used again since the 1st of June after 1:40 p.m. Is that right?
No, yep, that's correct.
In order to confirm any concern that the phone located at Cosy Corner might have been Theo's phone, is it the case that you've made some further inquiries this week to try and contact the person who was registered to the SIM found in the Oppo phone that was found at Cosy Corner?
Yes, I have.
Is it the case that you were able to speak to the person who's registered as the owner of that SIM card?
Yes, I have.
And she told you that she did have a dark purple Oppo phone?
Yes, she did.
She told you that she lost it somewhere around Tellows Beach or Cosy Corner on or around the August 2019?
Yes, sometime around that date.
And I think she told you, in fact, that she was at some form of beach party.
Yes, she did.
Area. She told you that she bought that phone in Ballina sometime prior to losing it.
A couple of months prior.
You, I think at this stage, don't have a statement from her because it was a relatively recent contact. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it the case, though, that she is somebody that you now know her contact details and she's prepared to assist inquiries if there's any further follow-up that needs to be conducted with her?
Yes, yes, I do, and yes, she does.
Just going back to searches for Theo's phone and attempts to locate it, is it your understanding that one of the investigative steps that was taken in this matter was that photographs of the phone were made into flyers, and then there were letter drops around the Byron Bay area to see if any local Byron Bay member of the community had seen a phone that looked like that?
By police, do you mean?
By police or by volunteers? Are you aware of that inquiry?
I'm aware that that it appeared on flyers or pamphlets and so forth, yes. And
to the best of your knowledge, there's been no response from those leaflet drops as to location of the phone?
Not that I'm aware of.
You're also aware that at an order of the State Coroner, a search was conducted in October of this year as another attempt to see whether or not Theo's phone could be located.
That's correct.
That was a search that was conducted over 3 days, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
This is in the context of searches that were made in 2019. Just going back to the prior searches, is it your understanding that searches in 2019 included searches with drones?
Yes, that's correct.
There was also SES and police rescue searches looking specifically for the phone as well as anything related to Theo.
That's correct.
There were metal detectors used in 2019 to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you aware of, apart from personal searches by volunteers, SES, Landsar and the use of drones, were you aware of any other technology that was used to look for the phone in 2019?
No.
Going to the more recent searches ordered by Her Honour in October this year, is it the case that a particular area of interest was marked out for searches specifically looking for that phone?
Yes, there was.
And was the central point of interest the last reliable location point of Theo being when the location services were turned off at 12:05 on the 1st of June 2019?
Yes, that was the direction.
If you'd see that the cursor there is pointing to a red pin.
Yes.
Is that your understanding of that last reliable data point?
Yes.
And could you describe for Her Honour what areas were searched with reference to that particular data point?
On that next, recently ones?
The recent ones.
The recent ones. So the area that was requested to be searched, the boundary, I guess, was like a rectangle type area, I'd describe it. The eastern boundary would be the ridge line.
When you say the ridge line, I might just look at. Is that what you mean by the ridge line?
Yes.
Yes.
So from and then Lighthouse Road to the north, and stopping at the water tower, and from the water tower would be down to Teller Beach would be the western end, and then the sand would be the southern border.
And to your knowledge, was that a close search in terms of the proximity of searches to each other?
The direction they were given was that they were tasked with locating a phone. So the metal detectors were used. They were spaced quite tightly together and in a coordinated, organised effort to cover off all that area to make sure if there was anything there that they would locate it. And at that time they were wearing GPS. I think each individual officer had a GPS, and particularly for the rescue operatives, and at the very least for the OSG searches, that either flank had GPS on to know what the area was searched, and then that can then be put onto a map to then show exactly the area that was searched.
What about the cliff areas? Were the cliff areas searched?
On the final, so the first few days was quite wet, poor conditions, and they did an excellent job. The final day, on the Wednesday, they were able to, the southern end, so from the rocks of Cozy Corner up towards the grass area, up higher, the operational support group are tasked with searching an area, but being close to edges of cliffs, they can't go any further because of danger. Then that's where the specialists of rescue operatives on rope were able to then search the rest, which is then GPS darted. And
was the phone located?
No.
At this stage, is it your view that the phone can be excluded as being in that area, or are you leaving that open?
I couldn't say 100%. They located an old Nokia phone. They located so many other clothings, hats, thongs, bottles, cans, numerous other items, golf balls, footballs. But yet, no, OPO R17.
Are you aware of any other technology that could be utilised to try and find the phone if it's in that area?
Not to my knowledge.
I'll move now to a different topic, but I'll keep the map up. We might move it to the cricket nets. While that's being done, I'll ask you some questions, Detective Parker. You're obviously well aware that there's a particular point in time in which Theo stopped near the Byron Bay Recreation Grounds, and in particular the cricket nets at the Byron Bay Recreation Grounds.
Yes, that's correct.
And there's a period of time of approximately 7 minutes where he seems to remain in that area.
Yes, I believe so.
Was that location one location of interest as part of your investigation?
Yes, it was.
You would be aware that Theo's family, amongst others, have suggested that it's possible that he met someone at those cricket nets. Is there any evidence to suggest that Theo met someone at those cricket nets?
There hasn't been any evidence to that effect.
What investigations were made to explore that possibility that Theo had met someone at the cricket nets?
There was no information come from the public with regards to that he had met somebody. The area, I guess, to the north of that was searched and persons residing in there spoken to.
There was a particular person there who had lived in that bushland area for a fair amount of time, is that right?
Very long time.
He was interviewed by police and indicated that he wasn't aware of anything occurring on the 31st of May, is that right?
That's correct.
Was there a canvass of locals who resided at around that area to determine whether they were aware of anything occurring on that evening?
The area was searched through and persons in there identified and or spoken to that were still in that area.
What about residents on or around that area, for example, on Lawson Street, were they spoken to?
There were canvasses done by searching police or police canvass and tasked in those areas.
I'll come to some technological investigation in a moment, but in terms of that particular area, it's near the Youth Activity Centre, is that right?
Yes, that's further north, so through where the road terminates, then the other side of that it's just come onto the screen.
If when I'm referring to the area, you assume that I'm referring not just to the Byron Bay Recreation area, but also the Youth Activity Centre, in terms of that general location, in 2019, are you aware of whether that was a site of violent crime in that area?
No, I'm not aware of anything like that.
Have you looked to see whether there have been any previous assaults or robberies in that area on travellers?
I'm not aware of any in that area, in that specific area there.
You've been a Byron Bay detective for quite a considerable period of time?
Yes, I have.
Is this an area that's known to be an area where violent crimes have occurred?
No, not in particular.
Are you aware of any school leavers being assaulted in or around that area?
No.
Are you aware of anecdotal reports from the community suggesting it's an area where people sometimes hang around to take drugs?
I'm not aware of it being a tasked area that we would be focusing on for that sort of activity. Experience and knowledge of that area would be something like vanpackers type thing, where people live out of their vans on a quiet street. I've seen them in that area.
Right. And as far as you're aware, that's not a particular, what I might call a site of concern for police in terms of it being a site where violent crime has occurred or may occur?
I haven't investigated anything or know of any reports off the top of my head in that area.
Is there some way of searching for that other than on the top of your head? For example, is it a location that could be put into a police system and searched that way?
It could be, but again, it depends how it's entered by the individual officer on that area, whether it be rec fields, whether it be the yak would definitely be a location that would be specifically could be referred to. It just depends how that officer might enter such of a thing.
When you say how an officer might enter it, are you talking about if there was any particular crime in that area, how a particular officer recorded it in the police computer system? Is that right?
That's correct. Then to be able to search for that specific, if you said cricket nets, Byron Bay rec fields, if there was specific to that.
Well, moving away now from the yak and from the cricket nets area, what about that area from the Milne track down to Tallows Beach and the Arakwal National Park? Are you aware of any prior reports of a traveller or a backpacker being robbed or attacked in that particular area?
No, I'm not.
Are you aware of any prior attempts to kidnap or abduct, firstly, a traveller or a backpacker in Byron Bay at all?
No.
Yeah. And not in that particular area specifically?
No, but not to say it. Those things may not have ever occurred, but not to any of my knowledge.
Is again, that area of Cosy Corner and Tallows Beach, you're aware that the owner of the Oppo phone attended a beach party at Cosy Corner. As a detective in Byron Bay of some years standing, is that a particular area that you know of at Cosy Corner where people do gather for beach parties?
For beach parties, not specifically that I'm aware of, but I wouldn't be surprised if people went to that area because it's such a nice area. I'm aware of being further south, coming in from Beachcomber Drive, of there have been parties in that vicinity around there. Sorry, you've got to keep going further down. It's back for Beachcomber area. There have been, coming off Scott Street to Beachcomber, there have been, in that clearer type areas, there's been dance party type things in those areas, but I'm not aware of any further up, but that it could be possible.
One of the discoveries of some of the early searches were some beer cans by a Belgian manufacturer in the Cosy Corner area. You're aware that
Yes.
Beer cans were discovered in that Cosy Corner region?
I located them up on the track, off the the track.
We'll move back to the north area. When you say...
Off the walking track closer to the water tower.
Yeah. Are you aware of any discovery? Well, I'll withdraw that.
If we could just demonstrate where you found the...
Yeah, sorry, if you come down from the water tower, the walking track is along behind it, and there was somewhere in the vicinity of there, but further down, like 10 metres below the walking track, on that Google timeline type location.
What do you mean by the Google timeline location?
That information that was provided by Michael Dorcombe, and that line that came up to the top of the walking track, that's I found located them tracing that sort of path.
We might try and see if we can get a pinpoint for that tonight, and then we could show that tomorrow rather than do it with the cursor now, which I think is a bit imprecise. Detective Parker, do you see the red pin that's at the Cosy Corner area, which says 00.00 uses Google?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that at a particular point Theo's phone is recorded as going from Tallows Beach up into an area of bushland and then returning, the trip from start to finish taking around 8 minutes?
Sorry, the trip from start to finish.
The trip from Tallows Beach up into that area near that red pin.
Oh, sorry,
down
yes,
again?
yes.
And is it your understanding that that's a particularly rugged, dense area of bushland?
Initially it's quite open, but then as soon as you get that little distance up into there, then it does become steep, incline and quite dense.
Are you aware of any information to suggest that that particular area is a site for beach parties or gatherings or things of that nature?
No, I'm not.
Was there anything located, to your knowledge, in that area, like beer cans, remnants of fires, anything to suggest that there had been a recent gathering there at the time of those early searches?
I don't have any knowledge to that.
Well, I'll take you now to a specific topic, and we might take the map off screen and bring Mr. Regener back onto the screen.
Yes.
No, I'm going to ask you some questions now, Detective Parker, and if I could just ask you to pause for a moment before you answer those questions. We're doing this for good and proper reason. Is it the case that on the 1st of September 2020, you received an email from a Belgian investigator about a particular investigative task that they intended to undertake?
Yes, I did.
And did that email describe a proposal for what they described as a geofence?
Yes, it did.
And was it your understanding, based on the email that you received, that the Belgians were proposing to liaise with Google in the United States in relation to this activity?
I believe so.
There was also reference in that email, was there, to a US prosecutor?
Yes, there was.
And did you understand that the Belgian authorities seem to have some way in which they could engage internationally with Google in the US to undertake this particular investigative task?
It appeared so.
Did they ask from you information or particulars from you about Theo's route or Theo's location to enable them to undertake this investigative task?
Yes, they did.
What information did you give to them as to what was of interest to you?
I believe I provided a series of locations.
And were those locations effectively the route that Theo took from Cheeky Monkeys to Tallows Beach? Was that the location that you provided them with?
I believe so.
Is it your understanding that what they were trying to do with this geofence was identify whether or not there were any phones within a radius of a particular location or GPS point? You can continue.
That's my limited understanding.
And is it the case that on the 25th of September you received an email which indicated that that activity had been conducted?
Yes, I did.
And was the information to the effect that 5 areas of interest had been examined?
I believe so.
Do you understand those 5 areas to be the cricket nets, Tallows Beach, Cosy Corner, and a parking lot at Tallows Beach?
Yes, sir.
You don't, though, have any specifics in terms of, with respect to the beach, the Cosy Corner area and the parking lot, you weren't given the particular coordinates that were examined, is that right?
No, I wasn't.
You weren't given any detail as to the particular methodology that was engaged in to find out those results?
No.
Is it your understanding that no Android phones were identified within 100 to 150 metres of the locations that were examined by the Belgian authorities?
That's my understanding.
I've referred to Android phones there. Is it your understanding that there may be an issue with respect to how this investigative task can be conducted in what was described as the Apple network?
Sorry, an issue. Can you just repeat that?
Was there any limitation as to the ability of the investigators to do this task with respect to the Apple network?
I don't believe. It's my understanding it doesn't pick up those particular devices.
Is it the case, though, that you're not really able to be precise if, for example, that means it doesn't work with Apple phones, or maybe just Apple phones without a particular service provider? You can't go into any more detail than that, is that right?
I couldn't say.
Is it the case that you communicated to the Belgian authorities that the cricket grounds and also the sports field and the recreation area, that was an area of particular interest to Theo's family?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that activity was to be conducted around that area?
The search?
Yeah,
Yes.
The geofence search,
Yes,
whatever
yes.
that is.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, you've never been provided with any information to suggest that any phones were detected within 100 to 150 metres?
That's correct.
But you don't know how many particular points were examined by those authorities?
I've never received anything further on that.
Obviously, well, I'll withdraw obviously, would it be of assistance to you as the officer in charge of this investigation to have a lot more detail about what was conducted, what the methodology was, and what is included and excluded by that investigative task?
Oh, of course, and the ability to have access to it ourselves.
That technology?
Yeah.
And to the best of your knowledge, that's not something you're aware of, you as a missing persons investigator have access to?
I wasn't even aware it was a possibility at the time.
I'm going to move to a different area now, and that relates to Theo's cap.
Yep.
Theo had a Puma cap, and that can be seen on the footage of him at Kingsley Street when he's leaving Cheeky Monkeys.
That's correct.
A cap was found on the 7th of July by volunteers in the Tallows Beach area.
Yes, it was.
Is it your understanding that a GPS pin was placed on that particular location so we could know where in particular that cap was located?
Yes, it was.
And was that pin consistent with the hat being located on a route taken by Theo?
Yes, it was.
Is it fair to say, even before further testing was conducted, that you had a degree of confidence that that hat did belong to Theo?
I believed it would have been his hat, yes.
There was some initial testing conducted with nuclear DNA testing that wasn't successful in terms of providing a reliable result that was Theo's cap, is that right?
Yes, the first examination, yes.
Subsequent examination was conducted of some hairs found in that cap using a form of testing called mitochondrial testing.
That's correct.
And is it the case that mitochondrial testing of those hairs found them to be a match with Theo's mitochondrial line?
Yes, it did.
And he has the same mitochondrial profile as his mother?
That's correct.
And while that particular process of DNA analysis is not as specific as nuclear DNA, do you have any doubt at all that that cap is Theo's cap?
No.
And is that because of the combination of its appearance, the DNA testing, and its location on that route?
That's correct.
What is your confidence that the cap found on the 7th of July at what appears to be the route taken by Theo, and you can see it depicted by a red pin on that map there, are you confident that it was there from the 1st of June to the 7th of June?
Oh, I couldn't say.
There's some evidence in the brief in relation to the weather conditions and there being days where there was wind in those areas. Are you able to say anything to Her Honour as to whether or not you think it had remained in that location or had blown in from somewhere else?
Oh, I couldn't say. I know photographs were taken of it where it was situated, when it was located. I can't recall off the top of my head if there was debris over the top of it or foliage or anything like that.
We might be able to show you a photo of it after lunch, but is it... There has been speculation in some sources that that cap was planted. Do you have any comment in relation to the possibility of that cap being planted?
I hadn't heard that theory, no.
You haven't heard that theory?
No.
Do you think that's a plausible possibility? rather take some time to consider that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Obviously, conducting a search in bushland can't always find every last thing that might be in that area. Would you agree with that as a general proposition?
Yeah, that's to a degree.
But the location of this cap on the 7th of July by volunteer searchers does at least tend to suggest that something very important was missed in earlier searches that were conducted for Theo. Do you agree with that?
I'd agree with that.
There was discussion, as I understand it, after the finding of that cap as to whether or not another search of Theo's route through the Iraqwell Park to Tallows Beach should be conducted. Is it the case that it was decided police wouldn't conduct another search after the location of the hat?
I don't know that there was a conscious decision not to search along that route. It was brought to the attention of the search coordinator, the location. I was aware that area had been searched. And then I had spoken to the volunteer searchers on that day, on the 8th, when I returned to work. And I was impressed with the degree and the coordination of that search that they did and how they explained to me that they did that. And our focus at that time, it's not unreasonable, as we explained with the searching that was conducted, it's possible to miss something, especially if an item of that, depending on the spacings of the lines and what they were looking for at the time when they were searching that area. And our focus was directed more towards and agree that was along the line where we know his phone went, which we believe was in his possession, given what we later know time-wise. And our focus was more around that time to where we believe that Cosy Corner area, that the last known location for him.
I understand that is it a fair way of some of what you just said then as saying as your view at that time was that Theo's had passed through that area but then kept going to the Cosy Corner area?
Yes, that's correct.
And then his location after 12:05 was much less clear and you didn't know at that stage where he might have gone?
We had no GPS reference to pass that time.
There's various work which we'll go to with Telstra engineers in trying to work out where he might have gone after 12:05.
That's correct.
There was activity on his phone that might have suggested that he felt safe between midnight and 1 a.m.
I'd agree with that.
What do you say, though, to the suggestion that given that one item of investigative significance was found on that route from the start of the Milne Track to Tallows Beach, that it would have been worthwhile to go back and search that area again to see if anything else of investigative significance might have been found in that area?
The main thing of investigative significance we were then looking for was the phone, and we know that believe that the phone had passed through that area and was further along that path and ultimately potentially further up that path, and that was our focus.
What about Theo's wallet or the lanyard from Cheeky Monkeys, for example?
Again,
from Wake Up Hostel, sorry.
Again, those things have never been located.
What about material that might have been dropped by somebody who was with Theo, if that's indeed what happened?
There's potential for that.
Yeah. With the benefit of hindsight, if you were in the same position now, would you conduct another search of that area after the finding of the cap?
I think most certainly we probably would.
And is that answer an aspect of the fact that, having looked at this entire investigation in hindsight, there are times when you think there are things that could have been done differently or better because these things are a learning opportunity?
Yes, I'd agree with that.
And would it be fair to say that you're open to feedback from the coroner and others as to things that could have been done differently because you're happy to improve and reflect on those things that you've done?
Absolutely.
Just moving to an entirely different topic, when you went through Theo's belongings, you located a watch that appeared to be broken, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Were there investigations conducted as to whether or not it's possible that Theo had a new watch as at the time of his disappearance?
No, there weren't.
Are you aware of any images suggesting that Theo was wearing a watch on the 31st of May?
I'm not aware of any.
Have you examined the CCTV footage with a view to seeing whether or not a watch can be seen in that footage?
Not specifically looking for a watch, no.
What about the footage from the Great Northern Hotel? Is there anything that you're aware of in that footage that would suggest that Theo was wearing a watch?
Not that I can recall.
There is a transaction that Theo made at Billabong on or about the 30th of May for $99. Has there been any investigation as to what Theo purchased for $99 on or around the 30th of May?
Not to my knowledge.
Was there anything in Theo's luggage or belongings that was consistent with being a purchase of about that amount from Billabong?
I remember there was a new wetsuit, an O'Neill wetsuit, spring suit, in his in a day pack, and I can't recall why, but I have a memory that that was potentially the purchase. I'm not sure what that's based on.
Was there anything in his belongings in terms of, for example, packaging or receipts or anything of that nature to suggest that Theo might have bought, in particular, a smartwatch like an Apple Watch or a Garmin?
No.
You're familiar with a process called number reallocation that was undertaken by the police this year?
Yes, I am.
Is that a process which had the potential to identify apps that Theo had downloaded onto his Oppo phone?
Yes, it did.
Are you aware whether any of the apps located on Theo's phone were apps for smartwatches like Garmin or Apple Watch?
I don't think I could give an... I don't know if that was one of the specifics they were asked to explore. So I don't know if that would be one that would have come up or not.
Is that something that you would be prepared to investigate for Her Honour, whether or not there's any information in the material that was provided by the number reallocation to suggest that he had a smartwatch?
I could make those inquiries.
Turning to a different topic again, and it's a topic that's been consistent throughout the 2 weeks of this inquest, CCTV footage has been of value in determining some of Theo's movements on the 31st of May. Would you agree with that?
That's correct.
Was it the case that certainly in the early days of the investigation, police were interested to see whether there was any CCTV that could be located of Theo that might provide assistance as to where he had gone or where he had been?
Yes, and any investigation.
Is there some facility in Byron Bay whereby police can look at a map and see where CCTV cameras are in specific areas and then request that call in all the CCTV cameras in that area?
Only the location of the council CCTV.
Is that council CCTV, is that available to investigators 24 hours a day, 7 days a week?
You can view it, you just can't download it.
Right. Why can't you download it?
It's, I believe it might be privacy issues. It's council owned, operated. We have viewing ability.
So at any time of the day or night, you are able to contact, is it a hotline or something of that nature to see the footage?
No, we can just access the computer. The computer's at the police station. You go in, put whatever camera, date, time, to save back to as far as it's saved back, to then review. You can be viewed live, and then to obtain a full copy of it, we submit a request.
In terms of large-scale investigations like this one and gathering CCTV, Is that an easy exercise or a difficult exercise?
It's a time-consuming exercise. It's probably a manpower exercise, and it does take time. Different locations, canvassing to obtain, get the person that can actually access the systems, download the footage, what format they can put it onto, how we can play it, review it.
Is it the case that not all CCTV uses the same software? So it's not just a case that an owner of a business could attach it to an email and email it to the police, is that right?
No, many different providers, softwares, the volume, the size of the files are too large for that for our capability, email-wise.
There's evidence in the brief, for example, that sometimes police officers would go with a USB to collect CCTV and then find that the USB wasn't big enough for the download. Is that something that's commonly encountered?
That's possible.
Is it ever the case that individuals or businesses refuse to provide CCTV footage to the police?
There are cases.
Do police have the power to compel them in a missing persons investigation if they do refuse?
No.
The process in this case seemed to be that police had a request form that they would fill in for a particular CCTV camera, and then they would attend in person to download the CCTV onto a particular USB. Would you agree that that appears to be quite a resource-intensive exercise, to have to fill in a form and then do a personal attendance for each particular camera?
Yes, it is. If you're out canvassing or speaking to the business, you might not have a form. You might just speak to them. And as I said, there might be that the manager or somebody else or the owner has the only one with the access. And then, yes, there's the request. Then it's the time to download, save it onto a device if they can, and then the collection of that and the records of the collection, or at times businesses or licensed premises particularly will hand them into the police station.
Why do you need a form? Why is it necessary to have police fill in a form and then have to take it over in person?
I believe the form that you'd be referring to is a Byron Bay Police Station. It's on official, document head, and I think a lot of places would like to have something to cover, that potential privacy issue. There's a request by the police. It does detail what it's for, and then to say who the officer in charge is. So therefore, then when it gets handed in, or it can be then get to that particular officer or whoever's made the request.
Can you see the utility in, rather than having to conduct a CCTV canvass where cameras and locations are identified in relation to a particular investigation, Byron Bay having some sort of repository where CCTV cameras are marked on a map of the area?
Yes, it would be a good resource.
And you've been discussing with the assisting team this week and last week whether that registry could also include, for example, contact details of the person or business who is owning that particular camera or cameras?
Yes, to be continually maintained that way, yes.
That has some similarity to a system that used to be used by police called a key holder registry, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
That registry could also identify whether there is any particular software issues or issues with downloading the footage that police could be aware of?
Yes, the type of players, then the format you get it in. Yeah, that's correct.
Could that also include how often CCTV is overwritten?
Include the time frame you have before it overwrites, yes.
Because in this case, for example, the wake-up footage for a portion of time had been overridden before a formal request was made on the 7th of June for that footage. You're aware of that?
They had a 7-day retention, I suppose, to put it.
And is that one of the challenges that faces police, that you need to call in and download footage before you may even have time to have the resources to watch hours and hours of footage because there's a risk that it's going to be overwritten?
For serious investigations and investigations for this instance, you would look to blanket, get everything you can, preserve it make those inquiries, get it, so that it's, if required later, you don't know what will or won't be required, then you've got it.
In this particular case, there were family members were conducting their own canvass as to CCTV and possible locations, and then letting the police know when they
Yes, that's
found.
correct.
That was of assistance.
Yes.
It's also the case that police officers started off doing a canvass from Cheeky Monkeys back to Wake Up Hostel to try and identify those cameras.
Very early on, yes, they did.
Then, in particular, after Michael Dorcombe found Theo's Google timeline, was it the case that a CCTV canvass was done of what was then known of the route from Cheeky Monkeys to Tallows Beach?
I think it was already being undertaken, especially or around the 9th and the 10th. Then there's along those areas were all happening each day. There was, and especially the Lighthouse area because of the Telstra information that was obtained particularly earlier on as well. There's records of those inquiries.
And in fact, I think there was CCTV, there was around the Lighthouse, there was an early inquiry for CCTV in that area.
Yes, that's correct.
But would you agree, though, that conducting those canvasses took manpower from this investigation in terms of just locating where those cameras were?
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Having a map with all of that work already done for you means you don't have to reinvent the wheel every time?
Particularly in the CBD, yes, it would.
For a confined local area, that's where it has real utility. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And that's something that you would welcome as something that could be developed in this particular area, because it actually could save even days of investigative effort. Would you agree with that?
Oh, for any investigation, yes, you could just go straight to that rather than redoing it each time, the canvass and the inquiries. You could, yeah.
That doesn't solve your software problems, though, does it?
No.
And so would it be of utility to you as an investigator to also have some sort of investigation being conducted into how there could be more uniformity with software, or how police could more easily access footage and access it faster, for example, via email rather than a personal attendance?
Yes. To be able to, uniformity, I guess it would be...
Just going back to what Jeff mentioned, there's just...
Sorry, can you just repeat that one? I think I went off on a tangent.
Is it one of the obstacles to police having easy access to rapid footage is that it's not the case that every single camera uses the same software footage that the police can just view and see instantly?
And it's our systems being able to, we can't just get the players with our system. Will it work on our systems with the securities of them? It's quite tedious.
You would welcome, to use a broad term, you would welcome some streamlining of the software so that it was easier for you just to get that footage and play it faster?
Yes, in particular in this, the viewing of certain footage, it's saved as a player, then it's saved in like 15-second increments. And it's just impossible and so time-consuming for someone to review it in such a format. Then it just takes hours and hours.
And to give an example of the potential value of CCTV footage, we have viewed in this court a number of times footage of the point at which Theo was ejected from Cheeky Monkeys.
Yes.
He can be seen making a confused gesture to a man wearing a white hoodie in that footage.
That's correct.
You were able, by using the logs of Cheeky Monkeys and the CCTV footage, to identify that man?
Yes.
And you were able to ask him what, if anything, he remembered about his interaction with Theo?
Yes, he was spoken to.
In this particular case, did he have anything of value to the investigation?
No, he didn't.
I think you indicated that he had been ejected sometime around the same time as Theo and he'd been quite intoxicated that night.
I know he was ejected. I'm not sure on the exact time.
Is it the case, though, that sort of ability to be able to see someone clearly, show them the footage and then conduct investigations is why it has such value to missing persons investigations?
Yes, I'd agree with that.
I've got about 5 more minutes just on matters we've covered, if that's convenient. Well, Your Honour.
Yes.
Detective Parker, Lisa Hayez gave evidence last week about how Theo's Facebook credentials, his password, were identified by the family, and that was brought to the attention of the police early in the days after Theo's disappearance.
That's correct.
She indicated a level of confusion that she was asked to bring her laptop personally into the station so that Theo's Google account and Facebook account could be viewed by police. Could you explain why Lisa had to bring her own laptop in for that to take place?
No, I'm not, having not specifically been either working or involved in that part, but we wouldn't have the capability to, if it was to look at, we can't look at Gmail on police computers. We can't open Hotmail on police computers. I can only assume of why she was asked to bring it in so that they could view what she is referring to.
Why can't police access those accounts on their computers?
It's just the security systems, I believe.
Is there any impediment caused by Commonwealth legislation which prevents police from looking into a person's computer data?
We personally, there is criminal legislation around the accessing of persons' data, persons' emails, their social media accounts, which restricts the looking into those.
From your experience as an investigator in this case, would it have been of utility to you if there was an exemption for police investigating the disappearance of a missing person with the consent of their next of kin, that you could have free range to be able to access those systems if indeed the police software allowed you to do it?
Oh, certainly. But then there's also, without wanting to, the integrity of the data or that access is changed when you open it. So you must keep in mind the potential of destruction of evidence, which again is referred to that they didn't want to do either. When you're considering looking into something and the probative value of that.
When you say destruction of evidence, is what you mean by that in relation to something like Facebook data, that if you open a message that's been undelivered, you might change the quality of the data attached to that message as to when it was received or something of that nature? Is that what you're referring to?
At the record of the last opening of the account will be changed and by who's done it. So without knowing who previously opened it, that will change the date, the time, the records, the data. Opening someone's phone will change the time it was opened or accessed.
So it needs to be done with care, but it's still a valuable investigative technique to look into all of those types of things. Would you agree with that?
To get access to those sort of things, yes.
In terms of legal impediments, I've already asked you about the number reallocation process without going to the laborious process that was involved in that undertaking. Would you agree that the lawful authorisation of that process was unclear to you?
The fact that it was a process that could be conducted was unclear to me initially. You weren't resistant to that as an investigative technique if you knew how you could do it and what legal steps you needed to do to comply with the law? Not at all.
Would it have been of value to you if in the early days of the investigation you were aware that there was an express power to authorise this particular type of endeavour, firstly in the Coroners Act?
Yes, certainly.
Is one of the issues that you've identified in missing persons investigations that it can take a long time for a matter to be referred to a coroner, which means police don't have access to coronial powers until some months into an investigation?
That's correct.
Would it be of use if there were also specific powers in New South Wales and Commonwealth legislation so that you weren't left in a state of confusion about the legalities of something like a number reallocation process?
Yes, certainly.
And is that something that you've communicated with the assisting team would be something you would hope to come out of this inquest, which would be a better set of legal powers for missing persons investigators so that those delays weren't caused on those sorts of activities?
Yes, for sure.
That might be a convenient time.
Yes, we'll take the lunch break now and resume at 2:10.
Please, all stand. This coroner's court is now sitting.
Yes, Mr Harrington.
Thank you, Your Honour. I will just take Detective Parker to a couple of aspects of the investigation that deal with telephone data.
Yes.
So I'll be asking those questions. Detective Parker, is it the case that during the course of the police investigation that there was some liaison with Telstra about analysis of telephone data for Theo?
Yes, there was.
Thank you. Do you understand that that Telstra had initially provided telephone data for Theo's phone on the 31st of May and the 1st of June to the investigating police?
Yes, they had.
And that was the data that was examined this week with Professor Senabaratne.
That's correct.
Thank you. And I just want to take you to a couple of essentially experiments, if I could put it that way, that you and other police undertook on the 15th of August 2019.
Yes.
Firstly, had you, for the purpose of conducting experiments on that day, purchased 3 Oppo R17 mobile handsets?
That's correct.
And you'd had to essentially go back to Oppo as that type of phone was not available for sale anymore, is that correct?
Yes, we had to get reconditioned ones.
And the phones that you obtained then had been reconditioned and were fit for purpose?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And did you put into each of those 3 phones SIM cards on the Telstra network?
That's correct.
And I think in your statement you say that you turned them on, put the SIM cards in and sent messages to all of them just to make sure that they were working okay?
That's correct.
And then at around 8 a.m. on the 15th of August 2019, you and Detective Senior Constable Hughes walked with the phones, starting at Cheeky Monkeys, retracing the route that Theo was known to have taken to the northern tip of Tallows Beach.
Yes, Detective Hughes dropped me off and then I tried to replicate the walk.
And was that essentially with a view to obtaining similar Telstra data for the phones that you had on your possession during that walk?
That's correct.
And then eventually for some analysis to take place of that data either by you or Telstra or other police?
That's correct.
Thank you. And during the walk that you took, firstly, Cozy Corner, you wore a body-worn video camera.
That's correct.
And you sent SMS and also WhatsApp messages at various points along that walk.
That's correct.
And you essentially annotated that walk on the body-worn video while you were doing it.
Yes, and recorded those times.
Yes. And you stopped at various locations of interest along that route to Cozy Corner, including the cricket nets.
Yes.
And other locations. And when you did, you sent texts and WhatsApp messages at those times and also recorded where you were on the body-worn video.
Yes, that's correct.
And were you using Google Maps or Google Earth to retrace that route, or were you doing it based on your considerable knowledge by that time of the GPS locations that have been recorded and provided by Google for Theo?
I can't recall exactly.
Thank you. And you reached Cozy Corner at around 8:58 a.m. and in providing that time, I'm having reference to the spreadsheet that's at volume 3, tab 74 of the brief, and that's open in front of you as well. But I'll just ask to take it from me that you reached Cozy Corner at around 8:58 a.m.
Yes.
And before you reached Cozy Corner, did you go into that area of dunes beyond the beach and then up to that steep area of bush that we talked about earlier today?
Yes, I believe I did.
Thank you. And after you reached Cozy Corner at 8:58 a.m, did you spend approximately 3 minutes in the Cozy Corner area?
It appears that way.
Yes. And I think that your note suggests that at 9:01 a.m. you proceeded to scale the headland towards the lighthouse. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And your notes record that you reached that hairpin bend at the Lighthouse Road at the top of the headland at about 9:10 a.m.
Yes, that's correct.
And during that time when you were scaling the headland, you were still wearing the body-worn video camera?
Yes, I was.
And those, did you have a GPS tracker on you for that particular part of the walk?
No, I don't believe so.
Do you recall when you're in that area, so from 9:01 a.m. leaving the headland up to 9:10 a.m., what the phone reception was like on the Oppo phone? Just based on your observations of the phone at the time, rather than the data.
I don't know if I made any observations. I stopped at points and sent and received messages.
So and any observations that you were making would have been contemporaneously recorded on the...
Yes, that's correct.
And you arrived up at the Lighthouse Road at 9:10 a.m, essentially at the fencing of the road over which you get to the headland. Correct?
That's correct.
And you climbed over that fence to get onto the road?
Yes.
Did you then spend a period walking around the buildings, such as the cottages around the lighthouse?
I paused on the footpath and then stopped opposite the cottages. That's correct.
Thank you. And then at that point or a bit later, did you meet up with police officers who were going to undertake abseiling in a particular area?
Yes, I did.
And had that area been recommended to you by Telstra technicians as an area of interest based on their analysis of the telephone data?
Yes, it had.
Thanks. And if I could just play something on the screen. You see that image there? Is that hairpin bend in the Lighthouse Road that you reached after going up the headland?
Yes, it is.
And are those four coloured lines the GPS tracks of the routes that the abseilers took when they were conducting their experiment?
No, they're the approximate lines that I then put on a document to forward to Telstra.
Okay.
To show that was prior to getting their exact GPS data. So that's my attempt.
Okay. But the abseilers themselves had GPS trackers?
They did.
And they logged locations on the GPS trackers on their way down?
Yes, they did.
And that data has been reproduced onto a map that's in the brief of evidence?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. The three handsets that you had on you, did you transfer them to the custody of the abseilers?
Yes, I did.
And did they take all three handsets down with them when they went down on the ropes in that area?
Yes, they did.
Do you know where on them they kept the phones? Were they all kept together in one pocket or separately?
I believe, from recollection, I recall putting into side. They have the white overalls, side pockets on their arms, and side pockets on their legs, cargo type pockets. Placed them in various areas. They weren't in all together.
So to the best of your recollection, the phones weren't bunched up three in one pocket? And when you undertook the walk yourself from Cheeky Monkeys to Tallows Beach, do you recall where you kept the phones, whether they were all together in one pocket or...?
I can't exactly recall, so I don't want to say, yeah.
But that might be a matter that's also recorded on the body.
Yes, potentially, yeah.
During the descent, there were 4 descents made.
That's correct.
So at each time a descent was made, the abseiler had the 3 phones with them.
Yes, that's correct.
So each abseiler took the 3 phones down, they weren't distributed one per abseiler? Or...
No, just one person, one operative, and GPS for that operative.
And the routes of those abseilers are recorded on that map, approximately, as you've said, with different colours. So there was a blue abseiler and a red abseiler and a green and a purple.
Yes, that's correct.
And during their descent, at points in time, did you send text messages and also data messages from using WhatsApp to the phones?
Yes, I did.
And was that at approximately 20-metre intervals when they were...
Attempted to.
Yes. And the operator, or the abseiler rather, would log a GPS point when they heard an SMS or a data message being received?
I think we would get them, they would stop approximately that distance, then a message would be sent. They would log regardless of whether they received it or not, and then we continue the process.
Thank you. And you made a record of that, and if you look at the screen now, is that a record that you made of that process?
Yes, it is.
The 3 Oppo phones you'll see there had differing levels of batteries, and that's something that you had deliberately arranged for. Is that right?
That's what was suggested to us.
So you can see it on the top left of that table. By the time the first abseiler commences their descent, one phone was at 82%, another was at 41%, and the final one was at 12%.
That's correct.
Can you identify these documents for the record?
Sure. Yeah. That exercise was then completed sometime towards 4 p.m.
Yes, approximately.
And then subsequent to that, Telstra provided some data for those phones, which included firstly your walk from Cheeky Monkeys to Tallows Beach and up the headland.
Yes.
And also for the phones when the abseilers had them on their person to go down the rocky areas.
Yes, that's correct.
And you yourself did some analysis of the mobile phone data that you'd received from Telstra and have provided that just find the reference, in volume 3 at tab 74 of the brief, and I think that's open in front of you.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. I just want to ask you a couple of questions about your about those records and your observations of them. And firstly, is it correct that the data shows that when the phones you were carrying, when you were walking up the headland off Cozy Corner and up to the point where you got to the fence at Lighthouse Road, those phones had not connected to the lighthouse tower?
No, they hadn't.
Okay. And also, when you hopped the fence at the Lighthouse Road and then were in the area of the cottages around the lighthouse, were there connections to the Byron Bay, Watergoes Beach or Lighthouse Tower, Messenger Street Tower, Cudgera Creek Road Tower, Billy Nudgel Tower, Byron Bay Acacia Street Tower and Byron Bay Exchange Tower? Do you recall?
Yes, that's what the data indicated.
Okay. And lastly, does the data show that the green, blue and red abseilers during their descents connected to the Ballina telephone tower?
Yes, it does.
But not the purple abseiler.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And is it the case that the phone that, when you were carrying the phones during your walk up Tallows Beach to Cozy Corner and then up to the headland, and to the Lighthouse Road, that your phone didn't connect to the Liner Tower at any point?
That appears correct.
Did you have a conversation subsequently, and on the 15th of November 2019, and this is at paragraph 154 of your statement, with a Telstra technician?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it the case that during one of those calls with the Telstra technician, you were told that there had been some minor changes to the mobile network in that area between Theo going missing and the exercise with the 3 phones that we've just talked about?
Yes, that's correct.
And that one of the cells had not been changed, and that was the main one you had been dealing with?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And were you also told that distance should not be impacted, but signal strength may be as a result of the changes to the infrastructure at that time?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Your Honour, those questions.
Yes, thank you. Ms Edwards.
Detective Parker, earlier in your evidence I asked you about using the I-ask system to obtain CCR records and reverse CCR records and subscriber checks. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Have you ever used the I-ask process to obtain social media data such as Facebook data or Google data?
Yes, I have.
And could you outline what your experience was in that process? For example, how long did it take you in using that I-ask process to get the information?
To my knowledge, at that time, what we could obtain, i.e. from Google or WhatsApp, was business records, was one I-ask. You could submit for business records, which would give you the last access, IP addresses, and so registration details when the accounts first started, things like that. That was one I-ask you could do. Another I-ask, if you wish to have preservation of the records, you would have to complete a I-ask to say for that purpose, and then go through. That was the first step for preservation, and then the second one would have to be submitted for an MLAT, Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty, to company to then supply data that what you had requested preserved.
MLAT process that you're referring to, have you used that in criminal investigations?
I have attempted to use it.
When you say you've attempted to use it, why has that not been a successful attempt?
The time to turn around to get that material.
Was it the case that it was simply too long for it to be of use to that particular investigation?
Yes.
The MLAT process, of course, is not available for missing persons investigations.
No, not.
Do you consider that to be a significant impediment to missing persons investigators?
Yes, very much so.
Is one thing that you'd like to see from this inquest some attention drawn to the fact that there is no lawful way in which missing persons investigators can access the content of messages from, example, Facebook or Google through that process?
Yes, for missing persons, there's no, and then even for coroner's orders, it's not a coronial investigation, it's not an option either.
You've spent some time during the investigation trying to access that material without success?
The two access MLAT, sorry.
I'll get more specific. You're aware that Belgian investigators have conducted some investigations with respect to Theo's social media activity, and that was provided to you in a spreadsheet as part of the investigation.
Yes, that's correct.
Was it your perception that they seem to have a superior way of accessing that information quickly for their investigations?
Definitely.
You've indicated that you're interested in liaising with the Belgian investigators to understand how it is that they can get such streamlined access to that information when, to your knowledge, New South Wales investigators don't have that capacity.
Yes.
It's also the case that you, as we went through earlier in your evidence today, you don't know of any way of working out whether or not, I'll withdraw that, you don't have access to the US Google geofence investigation, if that is, that technology is not something that you've accessed or aware even how to access?
That's correct.
Again, you could see the utility of that in a missing persons investigation.
Yes.
And if there's any way of getting that, you'd like to know about it.
Yes.
Going to something that is accessible to a missing persons investigation, different companies have different ways of making emergency disclosures. For example, Facebook, Google have emergency disclosure systems. Were you aware of that as at June 2019?
No, I wasn't.
Were you aware in particular of the Google 24/7 EDR process?
No, I wasn't.
You're aware of it now?
Yes, I am.
What in terms of your awareness, is that something that you're to bring other officers' awareness up to speed because it's been such a significant aspect of this investigation?
There are certain aspects that I pass on to people that have learned through this investigation. And getting access to that stuff would be obviously advantageous. And yeah, sorry.
And is it the case that you could see a utility in ensuring that missing persons investigations considered the availability of those systems early on investigation, just in case it was a suitable case for an emergency disclosure regime?
For the concern for welfare, high risk type 100%.
And again, in terms of when I was asking you earlier about learning opportunities, has that been a real take-home message from this investigation, that there are data sources out there which can be accessed quickly if they're known about, and that's something you take into the next investigation?
Yes, I mean, the capability of other jurisdictions is, it would be great to have sort of access.
And you find out more about what European nations like Belgium do as well?
Yes, we, as a service, we would be.
Her Honour's going to hear some evidence later in the inquest about the assistance that was provided to Telstra in terms of signalling data and identifying potentially where Theo's phone may have been located using their expertise. That service was a voluntary service, is that right?
That's correct.
Was your perspective of Telstra's assistance that it was limited, or was it generous the time that they provided?
It was above and beyond, I would say.
They were prepared to contact you at night with any thoughts or insights that they had?
And I'd expand on that was obtained by the homicide police, and again, I wouldn't have the knowledge or the ability. I've got that, and that's how it's so helpful and in getting that and creating with that relationships and getting that information. It's very valuable.
As far as you're aware, noting that it was the homicide doing the principal liaison, as far as you were aware, did Telstra ever refuse or throw up any difficulties at all in terms of what they were prepared to give?
No, not when we were doing this process.
Having said, was it the case that you were very much aware that it was a voluntary service, not something you demand as of right?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you feel that that is something which is worthy of examination, that there is no legal right to compel that assistance, noting that Telstra's never refused to provide it?
Yes. You would not want to see it not provided in the future for something similar.
And you can see utility in having some form of legal relationship with Telstra, not just for law enforcement purposes, but for missing persons investigation.
And the telcos and other social medias, for sure.
Obviously, telcos like Telstra have particular expertise in their own data and their own infrastructure. You'd agree with that?
Yes.
Do you see, however, that there's a need or a role for greater in-house expertise within New South Wales Police when it comes to data analysis and interpretation?
Yes, I could. If you weren't able to get the assistance and the interpretation from them, and somebody would need to do that with special skills and training and expertise. Yeah.
If you hadn't had the assistance of the homicide squad in this matter, it would have been quite confronting for you to have to deal with this type of data for the first time in this type of investigation. Is that fair to say?
Yes, with everything else that was going on. Yeah.
So having in-house people who have that particular expertise would have been of value in this particular case.
Oh, for sure.
I've been asking you some questions about learning opportunities and things you would take into the next investigation. We've mentioned some throughout your evidence. Are there other things that you would take out of this investigation that you would do at a different stage next time, or would introduce into an investigation in the horrible event that there is a case like this?
Obviously, knowing the if early on a report and something similar to be able to, if Google or somebody had an Android or a Google map, the timeline to make those steps and get that stuff straight away, knowing how valuable and important it is, of course, that's what you would straight away put efforts into, and and that would then allow you to then focus exactly where you need to be rather than off some other tangent.
I know this is a global general question, but if you and your investigative team had had access to Theo's Google account on the 8th of June, do you think it would have made a significant difference to the trajectory of this investigation?
Oh, yes, of course it would.
In what ways would it have made a difference to this investigation?
Well, all resources and all efforts would have focused along that path and in that area. You still would have looked at other areas and searched probably other areas, because whilst that indicates a phone, we're still looking for a person. So that might give a last suspected location of a phone. So other things would have to be searched and ruled out, but you could have focused efforts earlier and quicker onto that exactly area. I mean, the Telstra ping was in that vicinity, and that's where it was suspected the phone last was, and that stuff would have confirmed that way earlier.
The Google information, however, does cease. The GPS information ceases at 12:05.
That's correct.
Is it the case that you still would have been doing similar searches with respect to the information provided by Telstra on the basis that that signal data was the only information you had as to the last known location of the phone?
Yes, because, we knew the phone was still operating, so it took it beyond that time, yeah.
Just one moment. Those are my questions, and I believe there'll be others from the bar table.
Did you want to go next, or?
I'm just happy for Mr Evenden to.
Mr Evenden.
Next.
Thank you, Your Honour. Detective Parker, so this was your first ever missing persons case as an officer in charge?
Of the high risk and nature of this, yeah, I'd agree with that, yeah.
Had you worked on other missing persons cases as an officer in charge?
Not as officer in charge. I'd taken reports, people, initial reports, and been in charge of that sort of, but not of the magnitude, and then the obviously high risk nature of this one. I've been involved in those sort of investigations prior.
You said you'd been in Byron Bay since 2006, is that right?
I've been in the Tweedbyne Command since that time.
All right, and how long in Byron Bay?
Since in the Byron Detective's Office since 2011.
Right. And how long a detective?
Since that time.
Right. And have you been involved in large investigations before?
Of anything?
Such as homicide matters?
Yes, officer of charge of those.
Right. So, Councillor Sisting has covered this somewhat in her last questions, but were you aware when you first started this investigation of the limitations that existed in obtaining information, given that it was a missing persons case and not a criminal case?
The
limitations in terms of accessing information, were you aware that there were limitations that would apply to a missing persons case, not yet reported to the coroner, as compared to a criminal matter?
Perhaps Mr Evans could be a bit more
Information,
specific
sorry.
about the type of limitation, a bit more about the specific limitation.
Yes.
Sorry.
You've given some evidence that you're not able to obtain or you weren't able to obtain particular information in the sense that you didn't have a legislative power to require it.
For
example, for CCTV or bank records.
yes, that's correct.
Were you aware of that limitation, that it related to missing persons cases when you first took this matter on?
That there's no legislative power, yes.
All right. Now, am I right that in terms of the progression of the investigation, the CCTV footage from Cheeky Monkeys was obtained at an early stage, and it was clear that that was where Theo's last transaction was?
Yes.
And one of the concerns of the family, at least over the weekend that they first attended, the 8th and 9th of June, when you weren't on duty, was that CCTV wasn't being collected by police during that time. They'd been told something about it being a long weekend and inquiries would have to take place. Is it your understanding that there had been efforts already and that efforts continued throughout the weekend to obtain CCTV footage?
Yes, I'd agree with that.
All right. And
I would say to canvass or locate said footage.
all right.
Sorry, Your Honour, may I just clarify Mr Evidence' question about when you said there had been inquiries because it was a long weekend and it wasn't possible to get the CCTV, you're referring to the fact that the council wasn't impossible to get one specific type of CCTV, not that there were any communications by police.
Is that, Mr Evenden, is that what you're asking?
No, I was asking about concerns that the family had about there not being inquiries being undertaken over the weekend because of something they'd been told by police at the police station.
Perhaps just ask the question again, because it's
Well, I'm not sure there's
very general. Is it about Cheeky Monkey CCTV or is it about council CCTV?
Look, I'll move on, Your Honour. Your first meeting with the family was on the 10th of June, is that right?
That's correct.
And is it the case that at or around that time there'd been an identification from some CCTV footage that suggested that Theo had gone back towards the hostel?
There was footage from the police station, which the family viewed at that time and made a suggestion that it could possibly have been Theo.
Mm-hmm. All right. And do you know or do you recall when it was that it was determined that that person was not in fact Theo?
The exact, I know footage, it was later in the week, and I know footage was sent to Theo's mother to confirm, and the exact date, I can't be sure, but it was later in that week.
All right. Does around the 13th of June sound about right?
That's approximately.
All right.
Sorry to interrupt. see some movement of heads in the back there, but who was it who thought that it was Theo on the CCTV footage? Detective?
I can refer to my log of who was there.
I think that you said family members thought it was.
Sorry, and the 10:06 at 3 p.m. on the investigators log.
Yep.
So we'll just wait one moment.
Yeah.
Sorry, who was it that thought it was Theo on that CCTV footage?
I've got family members, JP, etc. I can't expand on exactly who I've.
All right. The important thing is that initially there was an identification or an indication from the family that this person was Theo, and then at a later stage there was an indication a number of days later that it was not. Am I right?
The indication on Monday it could have been Theo, and then sometime later, yes, that was confirmed that it wasn't.
All right. Things fundamentally changed when you received the Google timeline late on the 16th of June. You agree?
Yeah.
And your experience, I think you've touched on it already, in terms of that sort of material, I take it at that point in time was pretty much negligible?
Sorry,
Your experience of using or accessing information from Google Maps or Google Timeline?
we didn't have the ability to get that.
All right. One thing that the family's interested in is what capacity do the police have in missing persons cases to go, firstly, to a bank and say, we want to know about any attempted transactions on this account that occur into the future?
The powers or to require them to provide information, do you mean? Or?
Well, you'd agree that it would be useful to know from the point that someone's reported missing whether there's any use or attempted use of their bank account.
Yes, obviously the officer would be tasked to go to the bank to inquire if there has been access to that account, and which was done for them to then provide that material. It's a voluntary type of a thing.
So there's no arrangement that you're aware of where the police can require the bank to alert them of any use or attempted use of a missing person's bank account?
You'd have to probably ask that question of missing persons registry. They would have a memorandum of understandings to be able to try and get that essential information, but I sort of can't really comment on that.
All right, and
can do.
Well, you can comment about the course of the investigation regarding Theo.
Yes.
And I take it that there was no arrangement with the bank for them to alert you if Theo's Westpac account was used or there was an attempted use of it.
And did we request to be alerted?
Yes.
I'm not aware of any such request.
All right. Likewise, in relation to the use of a phone, so I'm talking about the use of a handset or potentially the use of a missing person's SIM, is there any arrangement that you know of in missing persons cases where a phone carrier can alert the police if and when there's the use of a phone or a person's SIM card?
I'm not sure.
All right. And in relation to the investigation involving Theo, do I take it from that there was at no stage an arrangement with, for example, Telstra to alert the police if either Theo's handset or Theo's SIM was used?
I don't know if there's possible to have that request, so I couldn't really. Well, I can't say. I'm not aware that it could be done.
In terms of advantages for an investigation, that would obviously be a really useful thing to have, an immediate notification of the use of a handset or a SIM of a missing person.
For these such things, of course, and banks too.
When you received the Google timeline and the next day the Google GPS data, is it the case there was some confusion as to how accurate that information might be in terms of tracking the movement of the phone after Theo left Cheeky Monkeys?
I can't really answer that because I wasn't working that day. So to say the confusion, I couldn't really comment on that.
All right. Is it the case that no one from the police attended and walked that track until you did on the 19th of June?
I couldn't. I'm not sure.
So you're not sure whether anyone from the police took that information and reviewed that track before you did?
I'm not, off the top of my head, I'm not sure if somebody had attempted to walk that line prior to me doing it.
All right. One of the jobs that you would have had at an initial stage was to identify potential witnesses or persons of interest in relation to the investigation.
Yes.
And that was well underway by the time you started working on Monday the 10th of June.
Witnesses, yes.
And there'd been contact with the backpackers from Wake Up and those that had been with Theo at Cheeky Monkeys that night, or attempted contact.
Yes, I'd agree with that.
Antoine was a key witness and he attended the station. You heard his evidence yesterday where he indicated that.
Apologies, I didn't hear that evidence.
All right. Are you aware of any record within the brief which indicates that he, in fact, attended the station and spoke with a particular officer?
You have to inform me of what date I don't know.
All right, the 9th of June?
The 9th. I'm not aware.
All right. What efforts were made to identify other patrons that were present at Cheeky Monkey on that night?
With what regard of anybody?
I'm talking about everyone that was there.
We obtained the register, the Cheeky Monkeys entry register, or would they use from, I think it was like 10 p.m. where they scanned people in, which had their details.
So that's been obtained by police, the identities of all the people that were scanned?
That was obtained. All
right. And was there then any review of that information?
Yes.
Well, tell us what was done.
I've looked at it.
Okay, and did anything of interest come out of that review?
No one that I've seen from that. The footage to correspond to that document.
All right. Were you able to identify the people that we've seen shown in CCTV footage who approached the group when they were sitting in the first area?
Haven't been able to identify them.
All right. Were you able to identify anyone that left Cheeky Monkeys around the same time as Theo?
No.
All right. You're aware from the Google timeline data that there was a search around the time that Theo was first at Cheeky Monkeys of a location on Google Maps called Corokai?
Yes, that's correct.
What can you tell us about Corokai?
Can you be a bit more specific?
Well, as a detective in Byron Bay, does it have any significance?
I know where it is,
right.
But not particularly.
Does it have any particular reputation?
I I don't believe so.
Are you able to say whether any of the people at Cheeky Monkeys that night were from Coracai?
I couldn't say.
All right. One thing I want to ask you about is the timings that have been given in the brief for the CCTV footage at Cheeky Monkeys. Can you explain how the various records that relate to the CCTV timing were put together?
Which timings?
Well, there's a document ultimately which I think is from the Crown Solicitors at Volume 6, tab 79A.
We'll get that for you. Sorry. Volume 6.
Where's the
I've got.
where's his document?
Oh,
He's got one too.
I'll get these ones. I think I have Bradley Hill statement, is that?
79A, I think.
79A, sorry.
It's the
Incident log?
synopsis.
No, I think it's a CCTV synopsis.
Yeah, that's 39.
Was 39A?
79A.
79A.
Where there? That's 78, that's 79. Yeah. A and B. Sorry.
79A spoke with you, is that correct?
Is it volume 6 you've got there?
Yes.
Look,
I'll probably expect is
I'll move on. Just explain how it was that you were able to provide timings for when the CCTV footage occurred. Or I'll withdraw that. When you attended Cheeky Monkeys and looked at the CCTV footage, it showed some timestamps. Is that right?
In the investigation, I tasked an officer, Detective Colgan, to go to Cheeky Monkeys to view the CCTV footage, to provide a synopsis of it. And I believe, having viewed the footage at the venue myself, that the timings are on the screen when you view it there.
Right. And what indication, if any, do you have that the timings on the screen are accurate timings?
In correspondence with the times from the phone, the times from council CCTV of arrival, all corresponds with the times that they are reasonably accurate with the records with the Cheeky Monkeys CCTV.
Right. You're aware that there are times of the transactions where Theo brought beer at the bar,
That's correct.
and those are recorded by the bank as being at 9:51:24 and 10:14:09 p.m.
I'll take your word for that.
All right. So if you also take my word that the CCTV synopsis, which indicates when he's buying beer, has a period from before that as the time when he buys beer.
I think, sorry, Mr. Chairman, I think the detective really does need to see what you're referring to.
All right.
I could let you have a look on here. I'll just borrow that.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Are you looking at that synopsis now?
Yes, I am.
All right. You'll see that the synopsis indicates that Theo, at 9:49 p.m, has returned from the front bar holding a schooner of beer.
Yes.
You can take it from me that the bank record indicates that transaction happened at 9:51:24 p.m.
Okay.
So that suggests...
Object. Apologise to my friend. There's a recording in the bank record. I don't think that the next step, and I know it was just a efficiency, don't think we can say that step occurred at that particular time. All we can say is that there's a record of that transaction recorded alongside that time.
Well, I'll take him to it.
Yes.
Now, so you accept that there's a difference there between when the bank has processed that transaction and when Theo is said to have returned with his beer?
But there could be, I don't know who or where that synopsis is generated from. I mean, if we're talking about a couple of minute time difference, then I can't accurately say either way.
All right. Likewise, the next transaction is at 10:14:09 p.m, and you can see from the synopsis that by 10:12, Theo has already walked into the second dance table room with a beer in his hand. That's on the top of the third page of that synopsis.
That's what it says here.
All right. And the synopsis on its final page says that at 11:01 p.m, Theo exits the toilet alone, and we know at that stage that he's then taken by security out to the front. Do you accept that when we look at the GPS data, that it's in fact not until 11:07, some 6.5 minutes later, that he has just walked away from Cheeky Monkeys?
I can just go off what it says here.
Right. Well, all I want to suggest to you is, would you accept that you couldn't be sure that the timings that have been given both by police and in this synopsis, which is not your document, are in fact accurate timings of where Theo was at any particular time?
It's quite possible the CCTV could be out by minutes, but that's right.
All right. And do you have any view about the recording that's made? Sorry, I'll withdraw that. Do you have any view about the search that occurs at 9:43 p.m, according to the Google user activity, of Corokai?
Do I have any view on it?
As to its significance? So there's nothing in the investigation that's come up that might link Theo's disappearance at all to that location or people from that location?
Not that I'm aware of, Kai.
All right. Now, I want to move to the route that's taken by Theo from Cheeky Monkeys to the cricket nets. That's a route that you've walked?
Sorry?
That's a route that you've walked yourself?
The route from?
From Cheeky Monkeys to the cricket nets?
Yes.
And at night, it would be very obvious to someone who's standing outside Cheeky Monkeys on the corner that the way to the two choices, walking back up Johnson Street and walking down Kingsley, are very much different in the sense that one's going back into town and the other is going into a dark residential area. Do you agree?
It would be very obvious to somebody. One's going to a residential area, one's the CBD.
That's right.
I could agree with that.
All right. There's then a walk for some distance down along Kingsley and left onto Tennyson. And do you agree that as you're walking up Tennyson, there's a sign that shows a road going off towards the lighthouse before the sporting fields?
Yes, there is.
All right. And Theo didn't take that road.
It would appear not.
And then would you agree that at night you can't see the beam of the lighthouse until you get to the sports grounds?
I couldn't say that.
All right. Once you then get to Marvel Street, before going on along
Yes.
Tennyson to the cricket nets, it is fairly obvious if you look left down Marvel Street that there are lights and that's the way into town. Agreed?
I'd agree with that.
Would you agree then that it's highly unusual that that someone such as Theo would then proceed up past the corner of Marvel and Tennyson into this dark area, which essentially goes to the cricket nets?
I couldn't say that.
Well, I mean, your job as a detective is to try and assess situations. Don't you find that odd?
We said to be highly unusual for him to go that way. I can't say that.
All right. If he was trying to get home, that would be a highly unusual way to go.
Yes, I'd agree with that.
All right. Is there not a strong inference to be drawn that he may well have met someone on the walk who then takes him up to the cricket nets area?
I can't draw that conclusion.
It's a possibility?
It's a possibility.
All right. Now, focusing on the cricket nets at Tennyson Street, he's at those nets for some time, for 7 long minutes at night.
Yes, approximately.
What, in your mind, as an investigator of this matter, what conclusions or possibilities did that raise for you?
I would refer to the Google Maps. I can only go off the facts, the information we have. He's looking at Google Maps and that map activity.
Right, he's not
at that time.
He's not looking at Google Maps all the time, is he?
I object. I'm not sure that's a proposition that can in any way be meaningfully answered by this detective.
No.
All right. I want to suggest to you that there's no evidence that he's looking at Google Maps all the time.
I don't know that there's a proper basis for saying that, Mr. Evan, or whether that this witness can answer that.
Well,
it might be a matter of submissions and something for me to determine at a later stage, but I don't think this witness can say that. All we have is objective evidence about what's available when we look at the data.
And that, my understanding is that shows some Google activity during that 7 minutes, and there's no expert evidence as to whether or not what that is, but essentially...
And that's it. That's what we've got. And how can this witness say it's anything other than what that objective evidence says?
Well, that's what I'm suggesting, Your Honour, is, I mean, it's possible from the Google activity to either say there is constant use throughout the time, but in fact that's not what we see.
Would it assist if we put the activity up? Or
I think so,
direct
yeah.
reference to it?
Look, I think I'll move on, Your Honour.
I just don't know that this witness is in any better position than any of us.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think, with respect, I think we can say that there's no clear evidence that the phone was being used for that entire time, or at least that submission can be made.
I think we don't know.
Now, if you assume that the phone was not being used for that time, you'd accept that means that Theo's standing
Sorry,
around.
Stephen, what's the basis of saying that when we've just gone through the facts?
Well, Your Honour,
We don't know.
in my submission, an inference to be drawn, a very clear inference, is that the phone's only been used for a short amount of time, and it might be that there's some expert evidence that can be obtained about that. Well, I know that the professors, as I recall, has been unable to comment on that, but it might be that someone else may be able to comment about whether that's the case or not. But of its nature, the entries only show occasional use as opposed to constant use throughout the 7 minutes. Well, that's certainly the basis on which I'm proceeding, and my instructions come from someone who's spent a lot of time looking at that material. I accept that none of us are experts here and we don't have that evidence, but in my submission, if Your Honour had to make a finding, my submission is Your Honour could make a finding that there's not constant use of that phone during that 7 minutes time, and it might be that that's quite a crucial matter for Your Honour to consider at some point in time. So it's on that basis that I ask a question.
You're asking this witness to assume something that I don't think that he can assume.
Well, Your Honour, in my submission, nothing's certain in this investigation, but all possibilities need to be canvassed. And
You can structure your question in that way, but I don't think it was right to ask in the way you were about to.
Right. Well, maybe I'll try it like this, Your Honour. If one possibility from that Google data is that, in fact, Theo is in that location but only using his phone infrequently, then would you agree that an inference to be drawn from that is that he's with other people?
No, I can't make that step.
All right. You gave some evidence earlier that there was no credible evidence that he was with another person when he travelled to Tallows Beach.
I have nothing to that effect.
You agree there's no credible evidence that he was not with another person?
You could draw that same conclusion.
All right. And if there was any foul play in relation to his disappearance, then there would be reasons why people might not come forward to police?
But an opinion to that effect?
Well, you'd understand that if there's any foul play, if someone that was with him that night was somehow involved in his disappearance...
Would they have motive not to say they were there?
That's right.
Of course.
And to not come forward to police?
Yes, I'd agree with that.
All right. So the fact that no one's come forward, or that there's no credible evidence that he was with someone else, it just doesn't mean that he wasn't with someone else, does it?
You could draw that conclusion.
Well, you accepted already in your evidence that the family's position, that it's unlikely for him to do that alone, was a reasonable position.
Yes.
Do you recall saying that?
Yeah.
So in those circumstances, isn't it important to place some weight on the knowledge of those that know him best?
For me to place the weight?
That's right.
As I've said, we don't have any evidence to say there was. We don't have any evidence to say there wasn't.
But what I'm suggesting is when the family says, we don't ever think he would go there alone, you, as the lead investigator, ought to place some weight on that and investigate the possibility that he was with someone else. Do you agree with that?
Well, I believe we've done that.
Right, so what have you done to investigate the possibility that he was with someone else?
Well, it's quite a general question. I mean, you would have to review the whole investigation. I don't particularly know how to answer it, to be honest.
All right. But by the time you met the family in early July 2019, you were of the view that Theo had got lost and that was why he went down to Tallows Beach. Is that right?
Early July?
That's right.
No, I wouldn't say that.
All right. At what stage did you consider that Theo had got lost? When did that become part of your...
I think we were open to all possibilities, whether it was intentionally trying to get to the lighthouse or whether there were so many variables to it. Could he be lost? Could he be navigating? Could he be trying to get to the lighthouse? Could have been trying to get to the wake-up? There's so many options open.
By the time you reported the matter to the coroner in early September, your view was that he had got lost. Is that the case?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Just have a look at volume 1, tab 1, which is the report of suspected death to the coroner.
Yeah, there's this one.
You have that in front of you?
Yes.
And that's the report that you authored, and it's dated the 5th of September 2019.
Yes, it is.
You can see your name on the top of the document, first page.
That's correct.
And if you turn over to page 2, there's a narrative that starts, which gives an account to the coroner of what the police understand from their investigation.
The narrative?
That's right.
Yes.
And at the bottom of page 3, in that paragraph, which is referring to analysis of the GPS points and the data from the phone, you've indicated, the data indicates that Hayez was attempting to negotiate using Google Maps and is believed to have become lost. You see that?
Just have to read through it, sorry. So that's obviously later, so we're talking post 12:30 a.m.
Well, is it the case that in July of 2019, you told the family that your belief was that Theo was using his phone and was trying to get back to the hostel, but had become lost?
No, I don't think that's quite accurate.
All right. Let's go back to the passage from... Sorry, I withdraw that. Do you agree that to investigate the hypothesis that Theo met someone at or before the cricket nets and went with them to Tallows, was an important part of your investigation?
Sorry, I've just gone back to my investigator's log because I've summarised
The meeting
with the family.
All right.
Is that the
what page
is that the 3rd of the 7th? Because I summarised what I spoke to them and told them. It's 2:45 a.m. briefing with the family. Belgian Federal Police, including myself and Inspector Keogh.
What date was that?
That's the 3rd of the 7th, if that's what we're referring to.
Is there something in particular in that you wanted to bring to my attention?
Oh, sorry, I'll just have to read through it. Well, it's a summary I made contemporaneous at the time of the conversation I had on that date at that time. So if that's what the question is alluding is going to, and the family have said, I've just
I think that was the
referred
question.
to that. Refer to if that's the conversation.
Have you got that, Mr. Everton?
That's your record of the meeting that took place on the 3rd of July.
That's correct.
Correct. All right. And there's no reference there, to be fair to you, to any assertion by you that Theo was lost. Is that correct?
That's the briefing earlier, and then there was another briefing later that date at the community centre.
I think the question was,
Sorry.
it was put to you that there's nothing in there that says that you said that you thought Theo was lost?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Look, going back though to your investigation in relation to Tennyson Street and the cricket nets, you indicated earlier to counsel assisting that was a location of interest. Is that right?
In relation to certain aspects of that was brought up, that was said.
All right. In what way was that a location of interest?
I think that was in reference to the geo fencing. Would I be correct? It was referred to that way.
Well, I'm asking you.
That's my recollection of the question and where it was put. That was a location of interest.
No, you're being asked generally about that location. And you agreed that it was a location of interest, not in the context of the geofencing.
And interest in what regard, though?
Well, Detective, it was your evidence. You were agreeing with counsel assisting that it was a location of interest. Is it the case it wasn't a location of interest, or it was?
In regard to interest, in regard to what specifically was I being questioned about at the time?
Why don't we just start again and say, was it a location of interest? If so, why was it so?
I mean, clearly it's an area where he spent some time, and it's I probably would agree that that's a location that has some significance.
And why do you say it has significance?
Well, because just for the time frame, he was at that, it appears to be at that one location.
Because he was there for some 7 minutes?
Approximately 7 minutes.
Yep. Okay.
Well, that was the context in which you answered that question. It wasn't to do with geofencing, it was to do with this 7-minute time period. And you were asked whether it was a location of interest, and you said yes, it was. So can you tell me, if it was a location of interest, in what way was it a location of interest?
Just in that context, I've explained that it was a 7-minute period that it appeared that GPS-wise that.
All right, and from what time or from when was it a location of interest?
Well, I guess when we became aware of it via GPS data that he was there.
All right. And your response earlier in relation to what you did about that was that firstly, no information came from the public about that location.
I haven't received any specific information about the cricket nets.
All right.
As such.
And you said that the area to the north had been searched and a person was spoken to. Is that right?
Well, I'll just clarify last one. Specific information that could be verified or put any anything specifically relating to that cricket nets. I know there was general, how to put it, people had made general randomisation about it, I suppose, or theorised about what happens there, and I've asked questions with regards to that.
And what did you do about those theories, that information?
There's no evidence that it's an area, as I gave my evidence, that it's a problem area.
All right. But I'm asking you, what did you do about it? What investigation did you undertake?
We've been through the other area of there. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure what the canvassing was done. Obviously, other information was brought through other sources. Specifically there, I'm not sure what more you're alluding to.
Well, it sounds like not much was done. Would you accept that?
Well, no.
All right, then tell us what was done.
Well, I feel I've just explained that, but...
all right.
I could probably go through...
You said a canvass was done. Are you able to point to somewhere in the brief that refers to a canvass of that area?
Yep, canvassing was on the... canvassing was done along routes. CCTV canvassing was done along those routes. It was done on the 17th, was done by officers along those routes.
All right, when you say along those routes...
I've spoke to the residents opposite.
When you say along those routes, everything done of the route from Monkeys to the Tennyson Street cricket nets?
Yes.
All right, and do you know where there's a record of that?
Yes, I do.
All right, can you tell me?
It's on Eagle Eye, and it was done on the 17th, but there was also canvassing and searching done from the 8th, the 9th. Canvass conducted Tennyson, Marvel, Short, Patterson Streets on the 17th. Canvass Messenger and Lighthouse Road.
And you're referring there to your investigator's log, is it?
That's an Eagle Eye product.
Now, you indicated before there was an interview done, or the area to the north was searched and a person was spoken to. That's someone you spoke to?
That's correct.
And that was Michael Riley?
That's correct.
And you took a statement from him?
That's correct.
And that occurred on the 4th of April 2020?
I could be correct.
All right, that's almost 10 months after Theo disappeared. Is there a reason for the delay?
Your Honour, I object to the question. I think Mr Evidence should specify what the delay was. It's not a given that the officer in charge would have known that that person was a person of interest as at the date when Theo went missing. So it's just not really clear what delay is referred to there.
Maybe rather than the term delay, is there a reason for that date being the date of the interview?
Well, perhaps if I can approach it this way. Well, you've indicated that it was a location of interest from the time you got the Google information. Agreed?
Yes.
Okay. And the interview takes place and the statement's taken in April 2020. Agreed?
That's correct.
That's about 10 months after the Google information is obtained. Correct?
Yes.
Is there a reason for the delay?
Your Honour, can I say that it's not necessarily a connection between the obtaining that Google data and the identification of this
That's right.
person.
I mean, you could ask why the interview took place on that day and not earlier.
Well, Your Honour,
There isn't, we don't know that there's a link between when the interview took place or who was interviewed and the Google data.
well, with respect, Your Honour,
Might be
it's very clear to me it's a delay of 10 months because it's a location of interest as of 17th of June. The statement gets taken 10 months later. I'm simply asking the officer to explain why it was taken then, why it took 10 months to speak to a homeless person camping in the area when the location of interest was identified in June.
Well, I don't know if the homeless person started camping in the day before. Like we don't know that.
Well, we know from his statement that he was camping there at the time. So, Your Honour can have reference to Volume 7, Tab 84, Michael Riley's statement. I'm about to take the officer to it, but I'm asking what, in my submission, is a legitimate question, which is why was that? Do you remember the reason for the delay?
Just, if I could assist, perhaps if my friend could take Detective Parker to his knowledge of this person, his knowledge as at the relevant time as to whether that person was a long-term resident, how long he had been there. That way, I think there may be a disjunct in communication. I think the issue is foundation for asking these questions and the particularly loaded term of delay. If it's a question about timing, I don't think there's any concern from the bar table.
No problem about that question, but you just have to lay the foundation.
Well, can I ask you this? Is there a reason that there's no statement taken from any homeless person living in that area in the 10 months that follows it being determined as a location of interest?
I'm sorry, I apologise, Mr Evans, and I know what you're trying to do. We haven't established that there are known homeless people living in that area at the relevant time. Be done in stages.
I'll take to his statement. If you can refer to Volume 7, Tab 84. That's right. You took this statement, Detective Parker, you're familiar with it?
Yes.
In it, Mr Riley indicates he's been camping in this area since he was 15 and he's now 39.
Yeah, on and off.
All right. Do you know why this statement wasn't taken before April 2020?
I know I'd spoke to him earlier than that, and I'd actually spoke to him at his campsite. Exact date I couldn't tell you, but it was prior to this statement.
Well, do you see a reference to that in the statement?
I don't know, I'd have to go through it.
All right, have a look.
Okay, sorry.
So do you agree there's no reference in that statement to you speaking to him earlier?
No.
Are you able to point us to an investigative note or any other document that shows that you spoke to him earlier?
No, I can't.
All right. You can see in the paragraph 4 of his statement, he refers to 2 other homeless people that have been camping in the area over the last 2 to 3 years.
That's correct.
One's a person called Old Craig, another called Big Mark.
That's correct.
Is it the case there's no statements that have been taken from them?
No, there isn't.
All right. Paragraph 6 of his statement.
Of his?
Of his statement, Mr Riley's. You see that he says that over my time camping in that area, I would say that it's a bit sketchy area with the ice today, but not dangerous, as the people who live there look out for each other. And if I hear anything, I rush to see what they're doing, not causing trouble. Young fellas come in there and start fires at times, so I tell them to leave or put them out. The only trouble you get in the bush is with young fellas from the yak or ice addicts. I've had my stuff stolen a lot, but don't know of any violence, just arguments. He then says lately it's, and refers to 2 people who he says have been camping here a year or 2, camping all over the place in a van. Do you agree there's no statements from those 2 people referred to in the end of paragraph 6?
No, there's not.
All right. So it's apparent from that that there are a number of people camping in that area north of the Yak. Agreed?
Okay. Is that he said there was camping there? Yes.
And that the only statement taken in relation to those people is the one that you took, April 2020.
That's correct.
And that, in fact, Mr Riley says that, in fact, there are issues in that area with young fellas from the Yak or ice addicts.
He does say that.
You're aware of a submission that was provided to the coroner by members of the community who are associated with the volunteers assisting Theo's family and dated 11 May 2020? Have you seen that submission?
I'm not sure. I could have.
All right, well, go to volume 6 of the brief. Oops, not that. Just one moment.
22.
If you can go to tab 22.
Yes.
Are you familiar with that document?
I have seen that document recently.
All right. Do you remember when you first got it?
I believe it was recently.
So it's from May 2020. Have you read it?
I'd have to see when I received the document. If you can tell me when I got it, I could then say when I first received it.
Well, I don't have
probably
that
assist.
information, but let's concentrate on have you read it?
I can only refer to when I probably can't say a couple of points in that were brought to my attention recently, but I can't say when I've received it or not. So
All right.
if you can tell me, then I can probably assist with your questions.
When you say a couple of points in that document were brought to your attention recently, can you
Yes.
tell us when that took place?
A couple of weeks ago,
Okay.
maybe.
And what were the points of that document brought to your attention?
I'd have to look at the communication I received in relation to it. I don't want to mislead, and I can't recall off the top of my head, but I have communication to that effect.
All right. So I'd be right in saying that document produced in May 2020, from that point on, really hasn't played any part in your investigation of this matter.
Again, I'd have to refer to when I've received it to assist you.
Look, I'm asking you to answer a pretty simple question.
Object,
I can't.
Object, it's not a simple question, because he's not being taken to any aspect of that document and asked whether or not that particular topic has played any part in his investigation or not. His investigation is not just directed by him, but it's directed by other people as well. So it will need to be more specific than just to refer to that particular document to be of assistance to Your Honour.
Look, let me ask you this. You can't say whether you've read it, is that right?
I think I've answered that, sorry.
So you're agreeing?
I've answered that question.
I'm not sure. If you want to have a look at it now.
Your Honour, I'm not sure if this is a very helpful line of inquiry. Detective Parker might need some time to look at the document.
Yeah.
But it's an enormous, voluminous brief. He's been collecting information over months and months and months. It's very possible that he has read it at some point but might not necessarily remember that right now. So I just don't think it's a fair question.
I think that's right. But if there is something in particular in that document that you want to refer to, Mr. Evening, to see if that has played a part in any of the investigation.
I'll take him to that.
You could do that, and that might trigger his memory.
I'll take him to that.
Or not, I don't know.
Very, very shortly, Your Honour. But I think you'd accept this, that it clearly isn't, or the information in that document hasn't assumed any significance for you as the OIC of the matter.
It's not appropriate to do it globally.
No,
It's just not
specific. Be specific. That's what we've just said, that it's unfair to say that.
I'll take you to, sorry for interrupting, Your Honour.
No, that's right.
I'll take you to paragraph 11 of the document. Sorry, page 11. Page 11 of the document itself.
Because we've got big pages and they're different.
So page 11.
Are you red 11 or
Not the red 11,
So
the black 11.
Okay, so it's 11 of the actual document, not the brief.
Do you see there's an entry that relates to the end of Tennyson Street?
That's correct.
And you understand what this document is. It's a submission from people from the community.
It appears to be that, yes.
Right. You see there's a paragraph that indicates that workers from the Byron Shire Council who are responsible for maintaining the area, and we're talking about the cricket nets area, have reported frequently cleaning up drug paraphernalia from the area just behind the cricket nets, and that one of the buildings was deliberately set on fire several months before Theo went missing. Is that information that you're aware of? That
there was a fire. I don't have any first-hand knowledge of a fire.
All right. There's a reference in that paragraph to the remnants, or a volunteer witnessing the remnants of a campfire on the concrete block behind the cricket nets on several occasions between July and August 2019. Is that something that you were aware of?
I don't really want to go any. Well, it's a bit hard because, as I've explained, I'd have to have a look at when. Sorry, not to be difficult. I'd have to have a read of it and then try and understand when and how I've received it or not received it or looked at it at that time. I mean, I'm operating under certain directions. I can say what's in here if you want me to. If you want to say it's there, I can say it's there.
Is the detective just generally aware that there was a campfire there, or are you asking if he had knowledge of it from this document?
I'm asking him, Your Honour, whether he has any knowledge of there being campfires on the concrete slab behind the cricket nets.
No knowledge.
All right. You see there that there's an indication in the report that the area is an area where delinquent teenagers were congregating frequently in 2019.
That's written there?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. What investigations have you done to determine whether or not there were delinquent teenagers congregating there in 2019?
From when? From during the whole investigation?
During the whole investigation.
I'd have to. I can't really.
What does delinquent mean?
Well, isn't it the case?
In this day and age, what does that mean? Young people with criminal records, or? I mean, it's a
specific information. Sorry,
it's a difficult term to really know what that means when you're asking a police officer.
Well,
have you investigated delinquent teenagers?
I think I'll move on, Your Honour. I think it has its normal meaning.
I don't know what the normal meaning would be for a police officer, and it might mean something to a lay person.
Have you undertaken any investigations about teenagers frequenting that area?
In my career at Byron?
No, in relation to Theo's disappearance.
Off the top of my head, I can't recall. I'm probably going to have a break. I'm going to make a phone call.
All right.
Do you need to have a break now?
Yes, if that's all right.
How long do you need?
I'll probably only a few minutes, but yeah.
Okay, we'll just adjourn briefly.
Silence, please. All stand. This coroner's court resumes.
I note the time. I think we might have to call it a day today. We'll resume again tomorrow. I would really be assisted, Mr. Evenden, obviously an issue in this inquest is the adequacy of the police investigation, and you're entitled to ask about that and explore those issues. I think it would help me, and it might save some time if you were to be a little bit more specific about if you think there's some part of the investigation that wasn't done that should have been done, if you could be a bit more specific about that, because it's a really big investigation, it's a very big brief. And so if you could perhaps overnight think about if there's certain things that you think should have been done and weren't done, if you could put those specifically, rather than what did you do about teenagers, because that's a very difficult question to answer, given there's a lot of teenagers in Byron Bay. What do you do? But I'm sure there's some specific areas of investigation that you could put to the detective and say, did you do this? Why didn't you do that?
I'll take that on board, Your Honour.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We'll adjourn until... I'm sorry.
We already have 4 witnesses planned for tomorrow.
Yes.
We were also potentially going to take some additional evidence from another witness, although we're making some inquiries about availability. It does seem like we are going to have to restructure the witness list for tomorrow and Friday.
Yes.
I'll be in discussions with the parties overnight in relation to that. I'm sorry I can't be more specific now, but we will need to make some adjustments. I'm also conscious that Ms Todd's been waiting for some time since Monday, so we'll try and confirm with her what her situation is as well.
Yes. Thank you, Ms Edwards. Yes, Ms
Your Honour, excuse me, it was remiss of me not to mention earlier, and just to follow on from your comments about the questioning that to be posed to Detective Parker, I am concerned that some of the questions in relation to things like what has been done about X, what has been done about Y, again, a basis has not been made out that things actually ought to have been done about those things. There's been a tremendous amount of leads followed in this investigation, and it doesn't necessarily follow that just because there are delinquent teenagers in Byron Bay, inquiries ought to be made of all of them when there's no other connection to the case. And I'm sorry, I ought to have said that earlier, but I thought it was important to put that on the record today.
All right. Thank you, Ms Palmer. We'll adjourn till 10 tomorrow.